Brightside.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It'll cost you to cover up President Trump's face at national parks.
Newly revamped annual passes to national parks feature not only an image of George Washington, but of President Trump, too. Field staff tell the Washington Post they've been coming across cards with Mr. Trump's face obscured. They say they've been instructed to order visitors to remove stickers and other coverings, and if they don't, the Post says parkgoers are being charged the regular, non-discounted entrance fee, or given the option to purchase new passes. An Interior Department spokeswoman says the passes have long been considered void if altered. They're $80 for U.S. residents and $250 for others. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Speaking of the president, he has signed an executive order which will withdraw the U.S. from dozens of international organizations, including the UN's popular agency and the UN treaty that establishes international climate negotiations. This is CBS News.
KGUM FM, Dedido, powered by Glimpses Media.
Saying goodbye. I'm Fred Bottomer with Report on Religion. Many notable religious figures died during 2025, including Pope Francis in April on Easter Monday.
Pope Francis dies at 88.
He made his last public appearance yesterday on Easter Sunday,
greeting the faithful right to the end.
He got the nickname the People's Pope.
And welcoming everyone.
He's made me feel like there's a place for me in the church.
Pope Francis was replaced by the first American pontiff, Chicago native Cardinal Robert Prevost, who took the name Pope Leo XIV. Legendary televangelist and gospel singer Jimmy Swaggart died in July at the age of 90. In 1988, he tearfully admitted to infidelity.
I have sinned against you, my Lord, and I would ask that your precious blood would wash and cleanse every stain.
The conservative founder of Focus on the Family, Jim Dobson, died in August at the age of 89.
There's judgment that has fallen on this nation. God cannot bless a nation that would kill 56 million babies.
Sister Jean Dolores Schmidt died in October at the age of 106. She was perhaps best known and loved as the chaplain of the Loyola University Chicago men's basketball team.
I told them we were going to win, that we could do it, and God would be on our side, and we're just going to do it today.
Other notable deaths in the world of religion last year: the oldest president in the history of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Russell M. Nelson, at the age of 101, Promise Keepers founder Bill McCartney at age 84, and Lutheran theologian Martin Marty at age 97. With Report on Religion, Fred Bottomer, CBS News.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Hi, for you're tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Pauly, Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online at our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051, or you can send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. The Brightside is sponsored by Chili's, Chili's Grill and Bar, at Chili's More Life, great food and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Micropack, open at their Tamuning and mall locations. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Crown Plaza Resort, come down to Crown Plaza Resort Guam. Relax, stay, or dine in. Book it today and experience island comfort at its best. Only at Crown Plaza Resort Guam.
If I go, would you come running? Save this lonely soul today. Ooh, yeah, I tried to walk, but my heart keeps running. And you could be the best part of my day. Yeah, and I said,
welcome to another Brightside here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Wet bis. It's another wet Thursday, right? 671-922-1051. Teo, you just came from the road, right? Is it still wet out there? Or it's kind of clear now?
It was kind of clear.
What about gloomy?
It was gloomy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So just continue to be aware of the roads and continue to drive safely, right? Okay, so we're online, thewave105.com, and our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. A little bit later on in the 4 o'clock hour, we're actually going to be talking to Senor Joe Kanata, right, of the Guam Preservation Trust, because they have a program called Project Shop, which means, again, supplies for heritage-oriented projects. And I shared with you yesterday because that's when the release came out. But we'll get more information on Project Shop from Senor Kanata in a couple hours, right? He's the Chief Program Officer over at the Guam Preservation Trust, and so we'll be calling him around 4:10 this afternoon. But there is a GPD wanted person poster that is out. So I want to put this out. The Guam Police Department sent this our way to media, and so there is a person that they are interested for questioning relative to several burglary and theft of motor vehicle investigations that occurred in the Tamuning and Dedido areas. And so they're looking for a J. Jan Siren, also known as J. Jan Anden, male, Chukis, age 29, from the village of Dedido. His height is, he's 5'7", 170 pounds. Complexion is dark brown, black hair, brown eyes. Last seen in the Tamuning area, but he is known to frequent the village of Tamuning and Dedido. And once again, Siren is a person of interest wanted for questioning relative to several burglary and theft of motor vehicle investigations occurring in the Tamuning and Dedido areas. If located, do not approach. Call 911 or any CIS detective via GPD dispatch, and here's the number, 671-475-8615, 475-8615. Let me just pull up the photo that the Guam Police Department sent over. So, if you know the whereabouts of this individual here, the Guam Police Department would definitely appreciate your assistance in locating him. Of course, do not approach. Call 911 or any CIS detective or GPD dispatch number is 671-475-8615. There's a number of things. Oh, before I forget, because GDOE also put out a release too. Finnegan, I believe, had early dismissal, right? So you're more than likely aware, especially if you're a stakeholder of Finnegan Elementary School, that students were dismissed at 1 p.m. today, right? All students were provided meals prior to their dismissal, so they were fed. The reason why they were dismissed was because there was a break in the school's main water line. And so repairs to the broken water line are estimated to be completed within 4 hours. And so if this happened around 1 p.m. sometime later today, if not sooner, the repairs will be completed. However, if it does affect tomorrow, I'm almost certain they will let you know, right? Especially if you're a stakeholder. If I get any more details between now and 6 p.m. from GDOE, then we will definitely share with you. So there's a lot to unpack today. I want to pull a couple audio clips from yesterday's Our Ocean, Our Voice workshop for comments on deep sea mining. This took place again from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Guam Museum. And we're going to get into that sooner than later. That's the first thing that we're going to tackle. Also, the oversight hearing with D'Eldrin found in the waters, right, in the well water in Jigo. But then there's also concern that they're finding it in other places, even in Tumon, in the waters of Tumon Bay. So we'll play a couple audio clips of yesterday's oversight hearing on that. And so things are starting to be more clear. Also, they believe that they're going to be working with Joint Region Marianas as to finding where the D'Eldrin came from. And so we'll get into that in a little bit, more than likely in the 3 o'clock hour. Like I said, Mr. Kanata in the 4 o'clock hour. And then the Guam Police Department and the Guam Customs, DEA, the Postal Service, they were all at Adaloop today around 10 a.m. And they had a press conference on basically removing 1,000 pounds of drugs, crystal methamphetamine, from the streets here in Guam since 2019. And so that's something we're also going to unpack today. But let's get back to the deep sea mining workshop. And so two people I was really interested in hearing from. Mr. McDuff, who is the superintendent of the Mariana Trench Marine National Monument. What is down there, Mr. Sean McDuff, right? So he, in his presentation, and he explains what the monument is, how it's managed, and what the seafloor in and near the RFI area actually looks like using real expedition imagery. The Nautilus, I believe, was in the area over by the Marianas Trench National Monument, and they were able to send a robot down and take photos and whatnot. And so he explains that the monument was created back in 2009 by President George Bush, along with George Bush Jr., right? The monument exists to protect and conserve unique, pristine habitats and features that have historic or scientific value. The monument's scale is about 95,000 square miles of submerged lands and waters. And so he broke down the monument in three main units: the Mariana Trench Unit, Volcanic Unit, and the Islands Unit. And so the monument management is shared across the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services and NOAA and the CNMI government. And so he shares some legal lines from the proclamation stating that Interior and Commerce must not allow activities that would injure, destroy, remove, or damage monument features. He also shares that the monument management plan covers what happens inside the monument boundaries, and activities outside those boundaries are not governed by that plan. So he shares the goals and what they try to do. Protect the ecosystems inside the boundaries, consider traditional access and cultural connections, specifically to those in the CNMI that have Carolinian, Raffulawash, and Somoral cultures or their heritage, right? Education, interpretation. This office, this monument office, provides education and interpretation to help communities understand a place that's hard to physically visit, right? I mean, I think the only person that I know of that's been down there is James Cameron, right? When he was trying to get, the dude went down to the Marianas Trench to get inspiration for his movies that are in the theater right now, right? Avatar, yeah. And so it's extremely difficult to 7 miles down, right? That's the statement. Here we go. So he shows the RFI area on the map, and I would highly encourage you to go check it out on the Office of the Governor of Guam's YouTube channel. The audio is really low, so it was difficult. So we're going to be pulling audio from Skylar Obispo. So Skylar was there of the Marianas Business Journal. You hear him every morning and every afternoon when we do the radio news from the Marianas Business Journal, right? So Skylar reports the news he goes out to, and so he was able to capture the audio for this event, and it really was able to. We're going to be using that audio thanks to Skylar, because it was not audible in some parts. I think the audio does get better throughout the workshop, but I still would encourage you to go to check out these photos, because he has photos of what it looks like down at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. And so he uses some of the footage from the Nautilus, right? Describing the Nautilus mission as 21 days at sea, looping around the island chain. And they use these autonomous underwater vehicles, which are not tethered, programmed to run a route, collect video and images, and then resurface and download data. And to be honest with you, like, the footage looks like they could have come from another planet, like Mars or even the moon, the way the photos come out. It's our ocean, it's our seabed that they were able to capture. So he mentions that the ROV, this remotely operated vehicle, takes footage of boulders and rocky rubble, patches of sand and sediment, areas of consolidated hard bottom, and then there's also photos of different organisms visible, right? Sponges, shrimp, fish, starfish, brittle stars, corals, invertebrates. And then he shows the nodules, right? The nodules are, what we're hearing is what they're going to mine. And so these nodules, they look like golf balls. And so he describes places where there were clusters of small rounded rocks about the size of golf balls. And he ties this back to the interest area. This is exactly the kind of material and habitat that could be affected if mining were pursued. And then he shows the ROV and or photos of the ROV, and then also photos of animals in midwater, like jellyfish. I saw a photo of a jellyfish, and just common fish that I see out in the ocean or here in Guam too. And so I was really looking at these photos like, where is the Kraken? Where could the Kraken be at? Or where is Godzilla, right? Because Godzilla apparently lives in the Marianas Trench, but then we were doing all of the nuclear testing, right? And so it got him when they were doing all the nuclear testing in the Marshall Islands, and then he became radioactive, right? So the whole time I'm like, where could he be hiding? I didn't see any of that. But which brings to me Mr. or Dr. Jeffrey Drazen of the University of Hawaii. He's a seabed ecologist. And so that's what we're going to play. So, Teo, John, if you're ready with the first one. Yes. Yeah, okay. So the first one is, and they're not titled. So we're going to go, I'm going to give you the time. So the very first one that was sent to your WhatsApp at 11:03 a.m., right? And so he talks about deep sea mineral deposits and why they matter. And he shares that the seafloor has these massive hydrothermal vents. And the seafloor is formed around vents where superheated fluids release chemicals that build mineral deposits over thousands of years, which can contain valuable metals like gold, silver, and copper, which are typically found around 1,000 to 3,000 meters in depth. And he says there's less interest today in mining these compared with the other two types, which are cobalt and manganese. And so we'll play the first one. It's the 5 minutes and 18-second one.
Well, I'll start with by saying no one is actually deep sea mining right now. This is a potential industry. There are companies that have invested in technology to actually test mine, but no one is actually harvesting minerals at this time. There are after three main deposit types. On the left are the hydrothermal vents that Dr. McDuff was just explaining to us that you can find to the west of these islands. And those superheated waters that come out of the seafloor release a lot of chemicals, and those build up over thousands of years into massive sulfide deposits. You can see a chunk of that in the manipulator arm right here, and those deposits include zinc, gold, silver, and some copper, and they're typically found at depths of 1,000 to 3,000 meters. In the middle, we have an underwater mountain, a seamount, and you can see the corals all over it. This is a shallower feature. The ones that are of interest in mining typically are 800 to 2,000 meters deep, and they're particularly interested in very old seamounts because the metals that come out of the water and precipitate and create crusts on the rocks of the mountain, you can see this black crust right here. That seamount crust takes millions of years to form, so they want really old seamounts. On the right, on the abyssal plains, which cover a large area of the world's oceans, but only in some portions of those abyssal plains in the world's oceans, you have these manganese nodules, and Dr. McDuff showed you some pictures of those nodules on the seafloor. They have the same kinds of metals that you would find in the seamount crust. In this case, they are forming around a little start of a grain of sand or a bit of shell, and one the size of my fist could be many millions of years old. So they take very, very long time spans. These are very deep, 4,000 to 6,000 meters. The largest interest today are in seamount crusts and in manganese nodules. There's really not a lot of interest in mining the massive sulfide deposits, though there was a number of years ago. Really, the interest today is in getting the cobalt and the nickel. The copper and the manganese is also of interest, but this is to generate lithium-ion batteries. All of us, if you have a cell phone in your hands right now or in your pocket, you have a little bit of nickel and a little bit of cobalt with you because that's a lithium NMC battery. So that is what the interest in those metals is for. Terrestrial sources of these exist, but they are becoming harder to access because of political issues and other things. So for instance, cobalt is dug out of the ground by hand by 12-year-old kids in Congo. This is not a pleasant process. These mineral resources are in our regional neighborhood. We, of course, are over here. And this is an optimistic map showing where mining resource could exist on the deep sea floor globally. All of the blue areas are regions that may have those abyssal nodule fields. The yellow areas are places where there are seamounts that are old enough that they may have some seamount crust on them. And all the red dots are places where there may be vents and massive sulfide deposits. Not all of these places are going to have mineable resource of a sufficient quantity and quality to be mined. Again, it is pretty optimistic. The two areas of big interest, right there, the prime crust zone, and it wraps right around here to the RFI area. That is the oldest oceanic plate on the planet. It's a couple 100 million years old, and so those seamounts probably have the thickest crust anywhere in the ocean. And so that's of big interest to commercial miners. The other area is the blue one over there, which is not in your region. It is between Hawaii and Central America. That is called the Clarion-Clipperton Zone, and it's a portion of abyssal seafloor that has a very high density of those manganese nodules with a very high ore grade. So there are prospective areas near the CNMI and Guam, and this map shows the Mariana Trench. So we would be down here, of course, and here is the Mariana Trench for reference, and everything outlined in black, those are high seas areas in which the International Seabed Authority has already given out exploration contracts to countries to explore for deep sea mineral resource. All of the red areas are exploration areas for nodules, and the yellow, they actually appear more orange on this computer for some reason, but these areas are seamounts that are being explored for those cobalt crusts. So if we just quickly take a look at the figure from the RFI, this zone right here is this patch right there. So you can understand why there is interest in this area. There is already international interest just outside the exclusive economic zone.
All right, and we'll hold off because Kaduku's on the line, yeah? Off a day, Kaduku.
Boy, is this me?
This is you. You're on the air.
Am I your BFF? I'm just playing with you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We are BFFs.
You know how much a dozen of eggs cost at the store, man?
Which one? What?
A dozen of
eggs? $8.99?
Yeah, a dozen eggs. How much they cost?
$8.99.
$8.99 and up, right?
Mm-hmm. Maybe up, yeah.
Now that's expensive, but you know what I do?
What?
I got a couple of hens running.
Heck yeah! There you go.
I find out where they're laying.
Yeah?
And when I find their nest, and it's like, whoa, I'll take 4 or 5, and that's for breakfast tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'll do 2 or 3 because they'll keep laying as long as you leave something there.
Yeah.
So I get my eggs for free, and it tastes better. It's fresh, and it comes from the hen just like the eggs at the store.
Right? Yeah.
And I tell the younger generations, like, they're like, ooh, you like fresh eggs? Did you find the dongo? It's like, where do you think the eggs come from? From the store, they come from the hen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. I mean, getting a chicken coop, that's super sustainable.
Yeah, and just like the chicken, where do you think they come from? They come from back there, they get slaughtered, and then they put it in a box and ship it to Guam, and you're paying me. I just go out there and find one that's ready and bring his neck, and he's ready for karumpika.
There you go.
But anyway, hey, man, the other day, all I'm saying is when you run for office, Pauly, that door was open for me when we were on K57. With, when you run for office, she said, your life is an open book.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever you got in the closet or whatever, she opened that door, and I walked into that door, and it's like, I don't mind other people's private business, but when she did that to Mike and Nicholas all the way to the end, one of his daughters too was kind of like, she opened that door. She said, when your life isn't open, it's like, okay, so everybody is running for office. We want to make sure that they got a clean sheet and there's nothing hidden underneath in the closet, and they're going to do right for our people. You know what I mean, Pauly?
Right.
And that's what it is, man. We try to select the ones that got a clean heart and good mind and speaks and does what they say and say what they do. People like you, Pauly, I can listen to you and look in your eyes and I can see down to your heart, know what kind of person you are. You're straight up. You're a straight shooter. You can be anything you want to be. I'll tell you that right now. And they said that Frank Ross is running with Okada.
Mm-hmm.
Game changer. It's like, I'll tell you what, Pauly, if Therese Stellari was to run, game over.
Mm.
I'm just saying. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
she was
no.
to run, game over for Frank. Okada's a good lady, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
I think I'm in the school for her. She's got all her degrees and all that, and she's a good lady. But Frank, I know Frank a long time, man, and Therese Stellari was to run for governor or AG, game over. That, I'm just saying. Everybody else can forget about it. But that's what we do, man. We want to make sure we put the right people in, because if we put some people in there that got some funky time going on their side, we're going to be stuck with them. And what we're going to do is we're going to clean up this island, make it better for everybody, even the people on the sticks.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to put good leaders in. Not followers, leaders, man. Because, you know, we go way back, and I didn't pull that, and everything else, and Isla 61 and K57, now 105.1, Pauly Suba, the Brightside. Dave Dwayne, she's good. We need this radio station so that we can voice out and say what we need to say, and that's what the radio station is there for, Pauly. And one day if you become like Jay Leno, that'd be nice, man. Or Conan O'Brien, remember Conan O'Brien?
I do remember him. Yeah, he's still around, isn't he? I think he's around. I don't know. I go to sleep at 9, so I'm not even watching the Tonight shows or the late shows anymore.
He's funky too. and
I might not be asleep at 9, but I'm rolling over already. My eyes are starting to close.
Remember Rush Limbaugh?
Rush Limbaugh, yeah.
Yeah, he's a talk show host.
Yes. Radio show host.
Plays were only in Guam, where you can raise up your arms and go out and go to war and everything, but you can't vote for president. Remember that clip?
I don't remember that clip. Is that you? Is that your clip?
No, that's it. He made that one up. And it's true. Only in Guam where you can, but you can't vote for the president of the United States.
Rush Limbaugh said that?
Yeah, he had it on his talk show, man.
Huh?
And he's worldwide, international.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. He's loved and hated.
Yeah, just like Jay Leno. He's Jay Leno, man. He, if you can get to this level, Pauly, I'm going to be your limo driver and right and the left, and you're going to know what the right's doing with the left.
Right. Yeah, no, I appreciate that for sure, because, I mean, yes, there are these, you call in and you say, I can't wait for you to run, but I think I'm doing a public service right now, right? I love being on the radio. This, to me, is a form of public service. And like you had just said, you know, we need this radio station to be around for people to voice their concerns, whether I agree with them or not. We are here for you, so you can call it in. And just like I'm allowing you to say your piece, anybody else can do so.
And I like it because you know how to break it down, you know how to read between the lines, you know how to do what needs to be done, no matter what. You know how to, they can't put a fast one on you, because you're smart, man. I wish I went to school like you, Pauly, because I'd be bumping heads with everybody.
I wouldn't. So a lot of the information too, I'm just trying to gather it and give it to the audience. There's, otherwise, otherwise I would just be fiddling with this cord for 4 hours. So I'd rather just get you the information.
Like I said, don't believe everything you read in here.
Not going to pretend to know everything about. I don't know anything about deep sea mining. That's why I'm letting you talk to, or letting you hear Dr. Drazen from yesterday.
Yeah, and that's cool, man. I like you. You're a good guy, and you're straight up, and your heart's clean, and you tell it like it is, like Kaduka does. Tell it like it is. You can run, but you can't hide. And I've been here a long time. I lived. I go all the way back to Ricky Badaliu and Fred Badaliu and Bota and Republican and Senator, you name it, walk that. Underwood, Ben Pangilinan, and Joseph Ada on his way out. I met him. I go, hey, Joseph.
That's right. You were saying that yesterday.
He's cool. And I said, Joseph, go down there to the legislature and tell him what you feel, because you've been there, you've done it. You've been to Washington. You've been a governor, and once a governor, always a governor. Governor Ada. Right?
Yeah.
Hey, but Pauly, you're cool, man.
Okay.
And me, Chief of Police, and I love Jim Miles. Remember Chief of Police?
I do remember him.
Yeah,
he was
hardcore. He rude. He said he wanted to clean up the swamp, and when he tried to do that, he packed up his bags, took his wife, and went back to the mainland. I think he's still alive.
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask.
I used to work for him, Pauly.
Yeah.
Remember Miles Security?
Yes. I remember Miles Security.
Yeah, I worked for him down at the old Gibson building. And,
okay. That's right. That's where his office was. Miles Security. Upstairs. Yep. I remember going in there as a kid.
Right above King's Restaurant.
Yes.
You know what I used to guard King's where everybody went for breakfast. You know what I used to carry?
What?
A 16-inch 357 Magnum that he gave to me. He goes, just put that on, Ben, and if anything, you know what to do, and I'll take care of the paperwork. Jim was cool.
Yeah, I remember that Kings. They had like video game. What is it? The arcade games in there. Yeah.
And Jim didn't take anything from anybody.
What's there now?
He was an old man and a Vietnam vet, and he tried to clean up the swamp a long time ago, but they wouldn't allow him. And he's a good guy. If he's still around, Jim, I used to work for him. He's like, just take care of this, Ben. I'll do the paperwork.
Well, so you said, so I vaguely remember, right? Because I was just a kid, maybe only like 5 or 6 years old. So he was the chief of police?
Yeah, he was chief of police at one time.
So under what administration was that?
News,
what administration do you remember? Was it Joe Adas?
I believe it was under either Sheriff or Cabo, but he was chief of police.
Okay.
He didn't take crap from nobody. He's the one that went up to DOC and fired a couple of rounds like, I'm here now.
Yeah.
That white boy did what he said and did what he... Now, you don't have to look for him. He'll come looking for you.
I remember when GPD was in that Pedro's Plaza, right behind the Hagana lockup, and I remember, Police Week. Police Week, the kids would go there. We would have field trips. Schools would have field trips to go to Police Week, and they would have the canines, and they would break out the robot that would go and grab something. No, I don't. I was already off island when they did condemn the building, but I remember the SWAT team.
Who was the first K9 unit on the side of the map? He drove around with German Shepherd in the back of his patrol car.
I don't know who that was.
His name was Frank Lagos.
Okay.
Mexican.
Okay.
That's my brother-in-law.
Nice.
Remember when 22 pounds had left the evidence room on the ninth floor? Petty went down the elevator and went to the parking lot, got lost. Nobody knew how it happened.
I don't remember this.
Anyways,
I don't know anything about that.
I try to stand up for the asylum and stand up for what's right and play by the rules. And there's people out there that use their position to break all the rules because they can, and that's not nice. Because we all got to live out here. We all got to survive, and there was just trying to just make a living. And but when you start doing things to people who are not in the place to and don't have the money and don't know what's going on, that's when I draw the line and say enough is enough, man. The old people and the people that don't. It's time to put a stop to that because they did it and they're doing it, and that's not nice.
Right.
But Pauly, you're a good guy, man.
All right.
Thank you for putting me on the line. And
oh yeah, of course.
You're my BFF, and if the world was the way I want to be with, I got to think about that one.
You can come over here. We can hang out here at the studio.
Hey, I'm the kind of guy I'm everywhere and anywhere, and I just stay out at the.
All right.
I'm outside outside the fence looking in, or inside the fence looking out, and Ronald Reagan said, "Gorbachev, take the wall down," and they fenced us in. And they also said, we the people, for the people, by the people. That's President Ronald Reagan. Straight from his, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
I don't remember that, but it sounds like something he might say. Sounds like anything president would say. Sounds like it's in the Bill of Rights.
Down. Ask Dave Duane, he'll play it for you.
Okay.
But hey, anyway, man, you guys
All right.
Have a nice day, and just keep on doing what you do, because you're good.
Thanks. That means a lot. That means a lot. All right, Kaduku, you take care.
Thank you.
Okay. 2:43 in the afternoon. Yeah, I remember Police Week over at Pedro's Plaza, and so the robot would go take this package and like put it in like inside itself, and then it would like combust inside. I remember the SWAT team would propel from the top of Pedro's Plaza all the way down. It was just really cool stuff. 2:43 in the afternoon. Wow, it was like 4 already? No, it's 2:43 in the afternoon. We'll take the break. On the other side, we'll play another audio clip from Dr. Drazen from yesterday's workshop. And this one is, he talks about the technology. He even calls the company by name, Impossible Metals. Again, that's the name that keeps coming up as far as a company that is making the statements that they've got the AI technology to go down to the bottom of the Marianas Trench or near the Marianas Trench and go to these nodules and pull the mineral that they need without messing with the ecosystems that are down there and the organisms that are down there. And you heard him in the last audio clip that these sea mountains, these mounds, have been established for 100 million years old. And the older the mountains are, the more of these nodules. And the more they find these not so rare minerals. So we'll play another audio clip of that on the other side of these. So we'll make this one a pretty short break here on Wave 105, 2:44 in the afternoon.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLASH.
Where the coffee is strong, the opinions are stronger, and the vibe is always local. Wave 105. Glimpses Media.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
The new and improved Chili's 3-for-Me meal deal is here. Starting at just $12.99, mix and match meal options such as the house salad, old-timer with cheese, and a Coke. Switch up entrees between shrimp tacos, the margarita flatbread, or Southwest Tac with rice. With so many combinations to choose from for just $12.99, you have to come back to try them all. Available all day for lunch or dinner. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
News, views, and everything Guam cares about. Wave 105.
Stolen tech? Here's what to do. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Even if you only put your phone or laptop down for a few minutes, that's enough for a thief to walk off with it. But if that happens to you, don't panic. Take these practical steps immediately. Get onto another device and use a remote locator tool to try to determine where the device is. If you simply misplaced it, all's good. But if it's apparently stolen, use the remote app to lock it. Then go to your banks, your social media, and your other services and delete the stolen device from your trusted devices. Also log the missing device out of any saved logins and change your passwords. Report the theft to local law enforcement and ask the manufacturer to add the serial number to its blacklist. These steps can save you lots of hassle later. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News. Flashcards in a flash. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Flashcards worked for us at school, and they're still effective. For memorizing facts and figures, they're actually hard to beat. And Zap Cards for iPhone, that's cards with a Z, makes it easy to create them. It works by taking the text you feed it and then applying AI to extract what's important so as to turn it into a flashcard deck. It can even use your iPhone camera to turn your handwritten meeting notes into practical study aids. Create as many flashcards as you want and sharpen your mind and memory anytime. How fast is it? If it's a short article, you'll get your cards in seconds. For a longer piece, maybe a few minutes. Even a book-length manuscript can turn into flashcards in less than the time for your lunch. That's Zap Cards at the App Store. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News. A travel app that's just right. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Sometimes you need deep and detailed travel information, but other times you only want fast facts. And if that's the case, try Whisperway. No flashy interface, just a simple, streamlined user experience that uses AI to give you just what you're looking for whenever you're out and about. Like a fast rundown of the spots you won't want to miss. Simple, clear prompts can get you a list of nearby attractions and the information you need to decide which ones to visit. And then use their basic, uncluttered map to get from wherever you are to wherever you want to go. No long, complicated prompts or walls of text. Just the facts you need. Whisperway at whisper-way.co. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Humanoid robots are finally sparking some excitement, but don't hold your breath. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. The dream of a robot that looks and moves like a person goes back hundreds of years. Yet even with today's amazing technology, no company is making a truly humanoid robot. Among Silicon Valley investors, robots have long been seen as a bad bet, too complicated and capital intensive. Now the boom in AI has lit a spark under long simmering robot visions. But even at a big recent conference on the topic, skepticism remained high that truly human-like robots will be with us anytime soon. A longtime executive in automation said it remains to be seen who will be the ultimate leader in humanoid robots. But right now, he said, China has certainly a lot more momentum. I'm Jeff Colvin. You might be surprised by the salaries for jobs that don't require a bachelor's degree and won't be eliminated by AI anytime soon. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Young people are taking a hard look at four-year college degrees that cost a ton and may lead to a job that AI could soon take over. But a new report from Resume Genius, an online resume builder, lists many other overlooked jobs that require no college and offer a median salary far above America's overall median salary. Number one is elevator and escalator installer and repairer. The median annual salary is a bit over $106,000, requiring only a high school diploma, apprenticeship completion, and a state certification. Bottom line, today there's no one way to get a high-paying job. I'm Jeff Colvin.
All right, welcome back. The Brightside here on Wave 105. So we'll go back to the presentation from Dr. Drazen from yesterday's workshop at the Guam Museum, right? And so again, he says why this region is drawing attention. And so he showed maps indicating potential mining resources and said some are optimistic. Not all areas will be economically mineable. And then he points out to the international activity. The International Seabed Authority has already issued exploration contracts in high seas areas near the region that they're looking at already. And he explains this helps people understand why interest is rising around the Mariana area and near the RFI zone. But if we're talking about like where are most of these not so rare minerals in the ocean, look up Clipperton Zone. Look up the Clipperton Zone. The Clipperton Zone is where he's saying that's probably where they're going to find the most minerals, and that's between Hawaii and California. Okay, so as far as mining equipment and what it looks like, it's not small scale. And so he compares equipment to large land-based mining machinery, like big tractor-like collectors, grinding heads for certain deposit types, systems that pump material up through pipes to a surface ship. And that's kind of the stuff that I've been seeing that have already been doing some of this deep sea mining and whatnot, right? Not the new technology that Impossible Metals talks about, right? But that's what they're more familiar with. And so he says, again, the basic flow is collect material on the bottom, send it up a pipe as slurry or mud plus seawater and ore, separate the ore on board, and then discharge the wastewater and sediment back into the ocean. Now, there is a newer alternative approach from companies like, or a company like Impossible Metals with a newer concept. And I think we have time to play that before we get to the top of the hour. Yeah.
So there is another company called Impossible Metals, which is purporting to mine in a different way. This is a prototype vehicle. This is a diagram of it. It is autonomous. It's the size of a 20-foot shipping container, and it is deployed from a ship autonomously. There's no connection with a pipe like I showed you in the video before. Instead, at the bottom, this thing has AI, it drives across the seafloor, and it has little robotic arms. If you can play that video on the left, Emily. You can see these arms. This is a Harvard test. This has not been deployed all the way to abyssal depths. And it picks them up, puts them on that little plate, which then sucks them into a storage container in the top of this right here. This has been tested in shallow water, and it has been apparently deployed to a depth of 1,000 or 1,500 meters. But this is a different approach to mining, one that has not yet been proven to be effective just yet, but it's in development. So what are the environmental risks of this activity? Go to the next slide. I'm going to start by talking about nodules, then I'm going to move to crusts, and then I'm going to move to the water column. I'm going to treat each of these differently because they each have different circumstances and different risks. So here I'm going to talk just about what's going on down there, the collector vehicle, and that vehicle is going to remove the nodules which lie just on the seafloor. If you dig down, any nodules that get buried actually dissolve. So they're all right on top. And so the collector vehicle will remove those nodules, about 5 centimeters or a couple inches of sediment in 5-meter swaths or bigger. And the next bullet point there. That removes the nodule habitat, which, as I'll show you, is important for a number of organisms. The vehicle will kill most of the infauna. Those are the animals living in the sediments. These are very big tractors, and the mud will either be ejected out the back or shot up to a surface ship. And the vehicles compact the sediments, so they alter the geochemistry of the seafloor. So they alter the habitat. We expect, based on economic models, that these miners will cover about 300 to 600 square kilometers in a year of strip mining. So over a 15-year time period, which is what the ISA issues as a contract, this is about 10,000 square kilometers. We don't know what NOAA or BOEM will do in terms of duration of contracts. The mining vehicles will be noisy, and they will increase the noise thresholds over, or the noise baseline over potentially large areas, and there's been some modeling of that. And there's been a lot of discussion of plumes, and at the legislative event earlier today, I heard people suggest that the plumes will move hundreds of miles. It's probably not that big. They will move, and they do expand the area of effect of mining. The plume on the bottom there, noting that this figure is for diagrammatic purposes and is not to scale, they will probably disperse something on the order of 10 kilometers horizontally from the mining site. So if we go to the next bullet point there. The importance of this is that even though an area doesn't get mined, it may get blanketed with mud that then sediments that falls out of the water column onto the animals. These abyssal ecosystems normally only receive something on the order of several millimeters to maybe a centimeter of mud falling down on them in 1,000 years. So if a couple of millimeters falls on them within a few days, it's going to smother them. The point is, this expands the area of influence of these plumes. And if you go to the next bullet point there, we do know now, because we've studied this in some of the mining tests, the plumes here do contain toxic metals. And if we go to the next slide, I'm sorry, this kind of got cut off in the bottom. It is possible that with the collector plumes, the area of impact over 15 years goes up to about 50,000 square kilometers, which is the size of the country of Costa Rica. That's for one mining operator. So the scale of this is potentially very large with nodule mining. Next slide, please. So what are the potential environmental risks? There's biodiversity risk.
All right, we can just pause there because the next couple of videos he's going to touch on the risk as well. But again, when it comes to the newer concept technology from Impossible Metals, he says it's an autonomous vehicle with AI and robotic arms that picks up nodules selectively. He said it's been tested in shallower settings in some depth trials, but it's not proven at full deep sea scale yet. And when it comes to the environmental risks, he breaks it down into 3 zones because each has different impacts: sea floor mining of nodules, sea mount crust mining, and midwater and water column impacts from discharge plumes. And so you heard a little bit of that. And so in the next audio clip, it will focus even more on risk of species, and then also these ecosystems are not resilient. They don't always recover. It could take 100 years or more, or even never come back. So we'll take the break, and then we'll play a couple more of those audio clips from, again, Dr. Drazen's presentation. So the audio isn't great on the Office of the Governor's YouTube channel, but check it out because there's some really good photos from him and Mr. Dr. McDuff, also, who is the superintendent of the Marianas Trench Monument, National Monument Office, right? And so just to look at these photos is worth checking out too. Again, it's the whole presentation took place yesterday, and you can find the presentation on the Office of the Governor's YouTube channel. We'll take the break. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. ICE agents clash with protesters as the FBI and Minnesota authorities investigate the shooting death of a woman by an ICE officer in a South Minneapolis neighborhood this morning. This resident on what he saw.
Shot 2 or 3 times through the driver's side window. The car drove 30, 40 feet and crashed into another car in the telephone pole.
A U.S. official has identified the SUV driver as a 37-year-old Renee Good. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the woman tried to hit an officer with her car and was practicing self-defense. Minneapolis's mayor refutes that, and Governor Tim Walz says he has issued a warning order to the Minnesota National Guard.
Do not allow them to deploy federal troops into here. Do not allow them to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do not allow them to declare martial law. Do not allow them to lie about the security and the decency of this state. And let's let this investigation play itself out.
More from CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
The president says the situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They're just trying to do the job of making America safe. No other specific response yet from here at the White House.
President Trump will meet with U.S. oil executives at the White House on Friday to discuss Venezuela.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says there's certainly a lot to discuss.
It's just a meeting to discuss, obviously, the immense opportunity that is before these oil companies right now.
Chevron is the only U.S. oil company currently operating in Venezuela. In the mid-2000s, Venezuela nationalized the assets of ConocoPhillips and Exxon. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
A judge has delayed Nick Reiner's arraignment in the killing of his parents, Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer Reiner. Defense attorney Alan Jackson asked that he be replaced by a public defender, and the judge approved it.
Circumstances beyond our control, but more importantly, circumstances beyond Nick's control have dictated that, sadly, it's made it impossible for us to continue our representation of Nick.
The arraignment is now scheduled for February 23rd. The Congressional Budget Office says the U.S. population will be 364 million in 30 years, 2.2% smaller than it had predicted a year ago. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Without immigration, the population will shrink in 2030, and even with the shrinking population, Social Security and Medicare, which are already struggling under an aging population, will be under increasing pressure, with fewer than expected people in the labor force paying taxes.
U.S. transportation officials say California will lose $160 million for delaying the revocations of 17,000 commercial driver's licenses for immigrants. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It'll cost you to cover up President Trump's face at national parks.
Newly revamped annual passes to national parks feature not only an image of George Washington, but of President Trump, too. Field staff tell the Washington Post they've been coming across cards with Mr. Trump's face obscured. They say they've been instructed to order visitors to remove stickers and other coverings, and if they don't, the Post says parkgoers are being charged the regular, non-discounted entrance fee, or given the option to purchase new passes. An Interior Department spokeswoman says the passes have long been considered void if altered. They're $80 for U.S. residents and $250 for others. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Speaking of the president, he has signed an executive order which will withdraw the U.S. from dozens of international organizations, including the UN's popular agency and the UN treaty that establishes international climate negotiations. This is CBS News.
UMFM, Dedido, the talk of Guam. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses media radio station.
Here's why your own doubts can help you achieve. I'm Cooper Lawrence, health and wellness expert, and this is all well and good. Ever felt like giving up on a big life goal? Doubting your doubts might be the secret to staying committed. Researchers at Ohio State University discovered something counterintuitive. When people face crises, when they questioned whether their doubts were valid, they actually became more determined to achieve their goals. In a series of studies with about 400 people, it was the people who had identity goals whose doubts helped them succeed. An identity goal is when you choose something that shapes who you are. Having doubts means you care more about the outcome, which motivates you to find new strategies to reach those goals. I'm Cooper Lawrence, and this is All Well and Good.
A travel app that's just right. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Sometimes you need deep and detailed travel information, but other times you only want fast facts. And if that's the case, try Whisperway. No flashy interface, just a simple, streamlined user experience that uses AI to give you just what you're looking for whenever you're out and about. Like a fast rundown of the spots you won't want to miss. Simple, clear prompts can get you a list of nearby attractions and the information you need to decide which ones to visit. And then use their basic, uncluttered map to get from wherever you are to wherever you want to go. No long, complicated prompts or walls of text. Just the facts you need. Whisper Way at whisper-way.co. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Hi, for you're tuning to Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Pauly, Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online at our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051, or you can send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. The Brightside is sponsored by Chili's. Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Micropack, open at their Tamuning and mall locations. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Crown Plaza Resort Guam. Come down to Crown Plaza Resort. Relax, stay, or dine in. Book it today and experience island comfort at its best. Only at Crown Plaza Resort Guam.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Biba Webis. It's Thursday, January 8th. 671-922-1051 or 1052. We're online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And we have the Glimpses radio app, right? So if you haven't downloaded it yet, please do so. You got us, Power 98, and Route 99, all part of the Glimpses radio family. Okay, so let's go back to Dr. Drazen's presentation, and he talks of we're at the part where he presents on risk. And so risks of certain species that could even go extinct. There are just too many uncertainties when it comes to deep sea mining and risking losing species. And so I will play that third one.
Interestingly, the animals living in the mud, and unfortunately, that study is not that track. I'm sorry, they're a little bit different. But the small animals that live in the mud, a bunch of those did come back. It was the bigger things that didn't. So this is what we mean by incomplete recovery. Some components of the community do come back after mining. It takes a long time, but some don't. We think, based on all of these studies that we've done, that it will take these communities 100+ years. And I want to sort of emphasize to you that for the animals that live directly on the nodules themselves, they will never come back because the nodules take millions of years to form, and that is an evolutionary timescale. The importance of me bringing this up in the context of the EEZ here is that you need to think about whole system impacts. Areas that are first mined in your exclusive economic zone will not have recovered by the time the last areas mined will get mined. It's not like a patchwork in forestry where you log a hillside, and as it's grown back partway, you log another portion of a hillside and you move on. The area that you first started with won't have recovered by the time you're done mining the whole area. That's what the science suggests. So for cobalt crust, which is circled here on this diagram, this is actually grinding the crust off of the rock on the underwater mountain. They'll do that to a depth of 5 or 10 centimeters. They're going to target mostly flat top seamounts because it's a whole lot easier to run a tractor on a flat top feature than a really steep one. but we're not entirely certain of that. They're not going to affect as large an area, maybe only 250 square kilometers over 15 years, so a lot smaller than nodules. And if you can forward to the next one, there will be sediment plumes, as I described for the nodule situation. The particles are going to be coarser. Noise impacts are still possible. Go to the next one there. And I want to emphasize that it's really interesting in your region because we find nodules distributed up the sides of the seamounts. So you actually have places where there's both crusts and seamounts in the same place. And that's not true in many other areas of the world, so far as we're aware. So what are the environmental risks from that crust mining? We only have one seamount disturbance study. I shared with you that there were many on the abyssal plains for the nodules, but in the seamount case, we only have one. They made very small tracks over an area about 2 or 3 times the size of this room, and there were some animals alive in between the treads of the tractor when they were done. It was really small scale. What they did find, though, after they came back 13 months later, is that the abundance of mobile animals had been reduced. It was as if all the things that could move got out of town because of the disturbance. And they didn't come back for a while. But that's all the information we have. It's pretty scant. We do know that there are other kinds of impacts on seamounts. Shallower seamounts often get fished with trawls, and that's very damaging. And there have been a number of studies that have looked at the recovery of those seamount communities after fishing has stopped. And it typically takes 20 to 60 years to start to see recovery in those systems after fishing stops. So it's not unreasonable to expect similar timeframes for mining. It's a long time. There are big biodiversity risks in the case of crust mining on the seafloor. Seamount systems are both high abundance, as this image will show you. That is the top of a seamount in the Western Pacific, and they're also very high diversity. Amazing coral and sponge gardens, just incredible places. The diversity is regionally endemic, so the animals that you would see on seamounts in your EEZ are not going to be the same as you would see in Japan or in Hawaii, for instance. And many of these corals and sponges are thousands of years old. There's one sponge that has been estimated to be 8,000 years old. It's incredible. The pace of life is very slow in the deep sea.
Wow. Sponge that's dated 8,000 years old down there, right? So they did this test. They're like, okay, let's simulate deep sea mining. Let's grade a section of the bottom of the ocean that they deemed safe to do so. And so when the Nautilus took the photo of it recently, it looked fresh when they did that. But it was actually 24 years ago when they did that grading. And it looked like they just did it last week. Because, again, it takes a millennia for these seamounts to get to where they're at. And some of these, again, like he had shared, some of these ecosystems will take 100 years or longer to come back. And sometimes never. But again, he's saying that there's just too much uncertainty, not enough research, and definitely on the new concept, it hasn't been tested yet, and it hasn't even been tested in the depth that they want to go on in the EEZ that they're talking about, in the location in the RFI that they would go and deep sea mine in the CNMI, offshore of the CNMI. That their technology from Impossible Metals, if it's them, hasn't even been tested in those depths. And it's still only concept, according to his presentation. And that's also what I'm finding on other articles and white papers too. Okay, so there's only a couple more, and this one's a little under 5 minutes, but he talks about, okay, so how do we protect these ecosystems? And that's also important. And then he also shares a little bit about how these ecosystems link to us and to our livelihood, right? Not as good as the way Mr. Rocky Estacchio, how he connected this whole thing to his life. And I love his testimony yesterday because he took it back to his own life, his own experience, to Gacheng Beach, what it means to him, right? He said, that was the first time I saw the opposite sex in a bikini. His sexual awakening. But his experience and what it means to him, these core memories of when he would be with his friends and be singing, even though they're out of tune. But what to Gacheng Beach and what it means to live here, and if we were to lose that, it's not worth $10 million, that's for sure. And that's not even the conversation. If they're in this specific comment period or comment for this RFI to deep sea mine, Guam is not even in the equation. And even worse is the CNMI government and their people might not even see any economic benefit. So we'll play this. Well, how do we protect these ecosystems?
So how do we protect these ecosystems, these seafloor ecosystems? I can give you some ideas from what the International Seabed Authority has done for the high seas. These are just ideas. One is that the International Seabed Authority mandates ecological study and what's called the generation of baselines. Baselines is getting a really good picture of what the ecosystem looks like before you mine. Because then when you start, you can actually figure out what the mining has done to that system. You know what the natural variability is like, so when things depart from what you expect, you can assume that's probably mining. So there is some legal requirement, as I am told from this 1980 NOAA law about mining, and for BOEM, I'm not sure what the regulations are. I'm not a legal expert, but we have some coming up next. The other thing that the ISA has done is that for a region, they created a whole lot of no mining zones. They're all the green boxes. This is the Clarion-Clipperton zone. The mining area is blue and in beige, and the green boxes are no mining. Scientists actually looked at these. You'll notice they're all on the periphery of the mining areas. That's because the mining areas got created first, and then the no mining zones got pushed to the outside. And we visited a couple of them. That one in the top left, it doesn't have any nodules in it. But so a bunch of scientists got together, we put together all of our information, we showed the ISA this, and they created the red boxes in 2022. And so those we know do contain nodule habitat and hopefully are representative of the whole area. So, okay. I'm going to speed up just a little bit here and talk about midwater impacts. So basically the whole top portion of this figure that I've been illustrating with over these slides. So there's going to be noise generated from those mining impacts, and then as you can see in the middle here, there's this big plume. We call that the dewatering plume or the midwater plume. Basically, when the ore is brought to the surface ship, it has unwanted materials that have to be discharged back into the ocean. And that is going to contain dissolved metals and sediments, and it will be something along the lines of 50,000 cubic meters a day. This is for nodule mining. To give you an idea of what that big number means, 50,000 cubic meters, a 20-foot shipping container holds about 50 cubic meters. So it's about 1,000 shipping containers of muddy seawater a day discharged into the water. That plume is not to scale. It will extend horizontally tens of kilometers, more than the collector plume on the seafloor. We think maybe 40 to 50 kilometers. but it's going to be shaped like a pancake. It's going to be flat. It's only a couple hundred meters thick. The important part, though, is that it is in a flowing midwater environment. So water that is affected by the plume is drifting away from the point where it was created, and everything is diffusing back to background conditions. But new water that's coming in with the current is now being exposed to that plume. We think that somewhere, this is based on modeling, that 3,000 to 15,000 cubic kilometers per year will be exposed to these conditions. Again, another big number. What does that mean? Well, first of all, we think sort of the middle of these estimates, it's a big range, is something like 5,000 or 6,000 cubic kilometers. The volume of Lake Superior is 12,000 cubic kilometers. So this is about half the volume of Lake Superior by one mining operator per year. So it's very large volumes that could be affected. One of the important components to midwater ecosystem impacts is this is our link to fisheries. So this is a food web diagram. Here are all of the big top predators we like to eat, marlin and mahi-mahi, which stay shallow, and swordfish, and opah, which dive to great depths over 1,000 meters to feed. And this is our food web right here with the lowest trophic levels, the primary producers, the phytoplankton on the left, and shallow water on top and deep water on the bottom. And in the open ocean, there's no place to hide. So the plankton and all the small fishes and squids, during the day, they inhabit the depths. And then when the sun goes down and they can stay hidden, they rise up to the surface. This is the single largest migration of animals on the planet. It happens every day. And the importance is that it's connecting us to these seafood species, and that these animals' movements, they feed in the surface, and then they go to depth and they breathe, and they're breathing out CO2. They're carbon transporters. And this is a really important component of the carbon cycle. So these are links between us and deep water ecosystems.
All right. And so the last one that he's going to share is he just linked those ecosystems to us, right, as far as our food and whatnot. But the last one he talks about is now reducing risk. And so we'll just play this one. It's about a minute and a half.
Okay, so how do we protect ecosystems? A bunch of us got together and said to the ISA, your regulations need to include the midwater. They did not before 2020, and now they do. They listened to us, and they've included the requirement, actually it's a recommendation, that contractors study the water column before they mine. And this is something that I hope BOEM and NOAA will also do. But currently, there's nothing in their rules that I'm aware of that asks for this. In addition, it seems, this is just nodule mining, it seems a little silly to me that you're going to create a mess on the seafloor, and then you're going to create a mess in the water column. Why not bring the discharge all the way back down to the bottom? That's where the mud came from to begin with. Why don't you just put it back? So I think part of the answer is that it's going to be expensive, but this is something that is worth considering. So I've probably taken way more time than I should. I'm very passionate about this subject. I just want to end by saying that on the one hand of the scales, you have a host of environmental risks. On the other, you have battery metals for phones and electric cars, and assisting with the green transition. Weaning us off of fossil fuels and onto battery technologies. But ultimately, it is up to you as a community and up to communities all around the Pacific and the world to make up their own minds under what circumstances deep sea mining could occur. And
so that completes his presentation again that took place yesterday at the workshop over at the Guam Museum from 4 to 8 p.m. So you can watch it, and like I said, the audio is not great. It does get better as they go along, especially when they have their panel discussion with Julian Uggan, Attorney Julian Uggan, which I love, by the way. So I highly recommend you go and check it out, and I definitely listened and took it all in and learned a lot, right? And so, when I think about this, when he says, there are serious environmental risks on one side. On the other side, potential benefit for battery metals and green transition on the other. And so I was thinking about that. I'm like, you know what, Elon Musk, this dude's going out into space. There's all of these super rare minerals on these asteroids. We've done it before. Go ask Bruce Willis. And what's his name? Ben Affleck, right? They were successful. I mean, Bruce Willis doesn't come back home, but Ben Affleck does, and, you know, hooks up with his daughter. But there's rare minerals on these asteroids. Go do that. It might be even cheaper. I don't know. I'm just messing around. 3:27 in the afternoon. We will take the break on the other side of this. We're going to change topics. We're going to talk about de-eldrin in the water well. There was that update, the oversight hearing that Senator Jesse Lujan, he chaired that, or he chairs it. And so GWA and Guam EPA and Department of Agriculture and Public Health, they all give updates on where we are with that and how they are going to communicate with the community better, so that way we don't have this fiasco again. Because they do say, and they're very adamant about saying this from the beginning, we told you about the de-eldrin. So why are you mad at us? And like, well, because we're not all chemists. We don't understand. You need to give it to us in plain English, and you need to update us periodically, not just 3 years ago and said, we told you 3 years ago. Why are you mad at us? I'm like, because first of all, that was 3 years ago, and it's not top of mind. Quality of life, is what. It's the economy, stupid. That's what is priority. But of course, healthcare and the lives of our family members and our children, if that's at risk, then we need to be told periodically. And so I think that was where the hang-up was. And they, after watching that public hearing, that oversight hearing yesterday, I think everybody's on the same page and understand that very much so. And so we'll play a little bit of that on the other side of this right here on Wave 105.
Make your holidays brighter with mobile. Fuel up and win amazing prizes. Every $30 fuel purchase earns you electronic entries for 75,000 United Mileage Plus miles or a $1,000 mobile prepaid gas card. Want even more cheer? Fill up with Mobile Synergy Supreme Plus fuel and get 6 entries for every $30 purchase. Celebrate the season, fuel up with Synergy Supreme Plus, and let mobile make your holidays brighter. See mobile stations for details.
Wave 105, keeping Guam informed, inspired, and in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $6 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. Are you ready? The 2026 Power 98 Step Up Challenge is on, and it's your last chance to register. Attention all high school classes and clubs, you could win thousands of bucks in Guam's longest running video competition. Register now at power98.com. But hurry, registration ends this Sunday. All high school classes and clubs, it's time to step up. Registration is limited, so register now at power98.com. The 2026 Power 98 Step Up Challenge is presented by the Agania Shopping Center, the Bank of Guam, the Guam Army National Guard, and brought to you by Domino's Guam, Wave 105, Route 99 FM, and the station ready to give you thousands of dollars for your school class or club, Power 98. Start the new year with comfort, care, and exceptional value at The Terrace inside the Crown Plaza Resort. Seniors ages 55 and up enjoy 25% off breakfast and lunch. Available Monday through Thursday, it's the perfect way to savor freshly prepared meals in a relaxed, elegant setting with island charm. Take your time, enjoy great company, and call 646-5880 or email reservations.cprguam@ihg.com.
Turn us on and turn up the island dialogue. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Glimpses Media.
The damage from a missed credit card payment. I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Having access to a credit card is akin to a necessity, and it's important to be attentive to making timely payments. Most credit card issuers regard a payment late when the due date has passed. A missed payment typically carries the same penalties as when making less than the minimum payment due. Delinquent for 30 days, you can manage if handled quickly. Some card issuers allow a single missed payment before they charge a late fee, but this is when your credit rating begins being put at risk. 2 payment cycles missed, 60 or more days, credit issuers begin wielding the high-risk label. Once the 90-day mark's violated, some banks will begin to seek to recover the full balance owed. Past 120 days and the debt is charged off, transferred to a third party. More damage to your credit rating. To avoid all of that, try to pay off your debts within the month they're charged, and you'll avoid paying interest. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
Since 1964, Alvin has played a role in recovering a lost hydrogen bomb, discovering hydrothermal vents and previously unknown deep-sea coral reefs, and even allowed the first manned exploration of the Titanic in 1986. But how does a submarine from the 1960s remain at the forefront of sea exploration? We'll inquire in the U.S. National Science Foundation's Discovery Files.
The sub goes through overhaul every 5 years, and some of those are also upgrade overhauls. And just through the years, it's gone through design iterations and changes. So at this point, the only original part is the name.
Caitlin Beardshear is the newest pilot of Alvin, a submersible operated by the National Deep Submergence Facility at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, primarily funded by NSF, along with the Office of Naval Research and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Alvin allows researchers access to 99% of the world's seafloor, depths of approximately 4 miles, and dives up to 12 hours in duration. Alvin continues to play a major role in making important discoveries about the biological, chemical, and geological processes that shape our planet.
Every place you dive in is going to be a little bit different. You could find something brand new, incredible, newly discovered on any dive.
To learn more about this research, listen to NSF's Discovery Files podcast episode, Alvin.
All right, welcome back. Brightside here on Wave 105. Okay, so the oversight hearing that took place yesterday, right? So, brief overview of the hearing, objectives, discussion of deodorant contamination, Guam's water supply, assessment of interagency coordination and response, right? So, Brett Raley, the Assistant General Manager of Engineering of the Guam Waterworks Authority, so he shared again what GWA has done recently between December 11 and January 7. GWA submitted formal comments on Guam EPA's updated risk assessment for deodorant, and specifically about household water treatment systems. These systems include POE's point of entry, treats all water entering a home, and then point of use treats water at specific taps. And so, stating that the Attorney General approved the procurement review on December 15. After the approval, GWA moved forward and awarded a contract to start installing the household treatment systems. As of January 5th of this year, 313 households had either requested or submitted applications for the POE treatment systems. And then as far as water testing and monitoring, GWA continues to test Y15 and other wells monthly. Since the interim treatment system was installed at Y15, no deodorant has been detected in the water entering the distribution system. GWA is also closely watching other wells that measure above 50% of the interim action level, or IAL. And so he gives a status of the specific wells. And so he shares M2 still operating, D18 still operating, M3 used only when needed, EX11 still online, M4 offline since October 3rd, D17 offline since July 31st of last year, A23 and A25 offline since 2016. And so when it comes to the permanent filtration equipment for Y15, they've already arrived and is stored at the contractor's yard GWA is preparing the site. They're building a concrete pad, and then before installation begins. And then work is also being prepared at M4, and equipment is being relocated from A8. Filtration media for the Y-15 has arrived on island, and so the project is moving forward. And so that's basically what Mr. Rayleigh's presentation was, who started things off. And then for Guam EPA, Michelle Lastimosa, the administrator of Guam EPA, and then Captain Elizabeth DeGrange, the senior science advisor for Guam EPA. So this is the one that I want to share, because she gives a presentation on more inspections, even farm inspections. And so since the December hearing, that's the last time we saw they had their oversight hearing. So this is just a continuation of it. Guam EPA and the Department of Agriculture completed 2 more farm inspections. No illegal pesticides were found, and this supports earlier findings that local farming practices are not the source of dieldrin contamination. And then they do bring up that they want to investigate a possible source at Andersen Air Force Base. And so, based on historical data, Guam EPA believes there may be a source of dieldrin contamination on Andersen Air Force Base. In partnership with U.S. EPA, Guam EPA, they did send a formal joint letter to Joint Region Marianas requesting an investigation. And so we'll just play that audio clip. It's are you on the next link that I sent you? Yeah. And so you're playing Lastimosa and DeGrange, yeah? And so this is their presentation.
So as discussed in the last oversight hearing, we did have some information that would lead us to believe that we could determine a source. So in partnership with US EPA, we did provide a joint letter to Joint Region Marianas to initiate investigation of a dieldrin source on Andersen Air Force Base. So US EPA, Guam EPA, and the United States Air Force entered into an agreement called the Federal Facilities Agreement under CERCLA, which is like Superfund, right? So basically, they have had data that would indicate that there are dieldrin hotspots within Andersen Air Force Base. And so using that data, which goes back maybe 30 years, we can then kind of justify the need for that investigation. So we did send a letter to JRM, and we asked that they provide us an investigation plan by February 27th of 2026. So we'll wait for that investigation plan to see how they will go about looking for a contamination source on Andersen Air Force Base.
Captain DeGrange again, sir. I think it's also important to note Admiral Midas, JRM, did acknowledge that receipt. They're very cooperative, and he intends to get with his legal team and his environmental staff and then get back with us sometime. He said next week, so we can discuss next steps for that. In addition to sending that formal request to JRM, we have requested formally to US EPA to assess an evaluation of additional risks that might exist in Tumon Bay. And last time we talked about the TMDL, the total maximum daily limit that Guam EPA had approved in August of this year. The levels in the water there are 100 times lower than what we saw in Y-15. So based on the research that we did in evaluating Y-15, we are fairly certain there's no additional risk to the community through dermal exposure. Our bigger concern is consumption of larger fish, and we only have data from 4 fish, again, as we discussed last hearing. That's not enough data. We do know that the subsistence fishing that happens in that area would be smaller fish, so less likely to have higher volumes of dieldrin from consuming other fish. So again, we suspect there's a lower risk, but we want to do some more formal evaluation about that. If we could go to the next slide, please. This is also another formal request in partnership with the Department of Public Health and Social Services, the Department of Agriculture, and ma'am, I'll turn it over to you for some details there.
So we also sent a letter to ATSDR to request for a public health assessment, not only for dieldrin, but chlordane and PFAS substances in our drinking water. So they've been very helpful to us, and public health will talk more about that request. But we also did a joint letter to ATSDR to request for that public health assessment.
Okay. All right. Somebody forwarded photos to us. Do you know where exactly this is? You don't have to say. We can keep it anonymous. But is there any more context? So whoever's listening sent us some 2 photos, which I don't want to assume I know where this. I think I know where this is, but I just don't want to say it unless I know for sure.
The person that sent it said it's on Anderson Air Force Base, 65 miles from Y-15. I don't know what that is, Y-15.
So there's a sign. Yeah, that's the water well. So the photo that was sent to us says, warning, pesticide impacted soils have been stockpiled with clean soil cap in this area. No trespassing, no dig, authorized personnel only. And so that could be what they're talking about, wanting to inspect Anderson Air Force Base. And so they're set to meet with them, with Joint Region Marianas. Joint Region Marianas has been asked to submit an investigation plan by February 27. And Admiral Midas has confirmed receipt of the request. He's the commander of Joint Region Marianas. And they said that, again, express cooperation. He will consult legal and environmental teams, and they plan to follow up with Guam EPA soon to discuss next steps, right? And so, again, the presentation from GWA, Guam EPA, household water treatment systems are being installed now with hundreds of residents already applying. Y-15 is producing clean, non-detect water under interim treatment. Permanent filtration systems are on the way with full completion expected by summer of 2026. No illegal pesticide use has been found locally. Guam EPA is actively pursuing a possible contamination source at Anderson Air Force Base. Additional health and environmental reviews are underway for drinking water and Tumon Bay, right? And so, So Senator Jesse Lujan is basically saying, we can pause additional oversight hearings for now, but he does want the agencies to stay close contact with the legislature, specifically their oversight chairs who monitor each agency. And so if new problems pop up or new information warrants it, then the legislature can call another oversight hearing. And so, from my perspective, it sounds like there is progress that is happening, right? Just by watching these public hearings. Definitely from the very first. This is the third one. From the very first, we are definitely getting way more information. And it does sound like there is progress, right? Captain DeGrange wasn't even at the first one. And as soon as she popped up, I'm like, okay, I feel a little bit better now. So they're narrowing down what's going on and isolating the key issues, right? Senator Jesse Lujan does ask, well, what exactly does JRM agree to do? And so JRM received the request, acknowledged it, and he just wants to make sure everybody understands that February 27 is not the date the investigation will be finished, right? It's just when things kind of, start up. But I believe they're even going to meet sooner than that. So he also asks, he also raises a complaint from the community. He says he's getting phone calls from Mount Santa Rosa land clearing and sinkhole concerns. People who live in or own property around Mount Santa Rosa are calling in, talking about an area that is being cleared and material being pushed into what they described as a cavern or a sinkhole. And maybe there's even possible fertilizer or spraying. And so he was asking the agency heads as well if this could affect the environment or possibly tie into contamination concerns. And so Captain DeGrange said that they did check it out. And they got the complaint from multiple sources, including GWA and direct residents. Their investigators are monitoring. They went to the area, spoke with the person who reported it. And so they did not see any evidence of recent bulldozing or dumping or illegal trash dumping or illegal pesticide use. So he says nothing. So Senator Jesse Lujan says or ask right now, nothing you saw triggers a bigger investigation unless new info shows a different area or something changes. And so Guam EPA basically says correct. Based on the area that they checked, nothing was found, but they will recheck if needed. There's one more audio file. This is later down the road. It's kind of where he's closing up and allowing other senators to speak. But again, it really just goes back to, okay, now that we went through all of this, let's make sure that we don't do this again, that we just better communicate, especially with the community, as to any concerns with the health or contaminants, right, in our water system or with anything, basically. If your agency has a concern, please share it. And so they're all in agreement. And then they also say, well, while we're at it, we do need to let the community know that there is a concern. We do believe that there is PFAS in our waters. And that is a big concern too. And so that needs to be on the legislature's radar, and that needs to be on the community's radar. So not to scare anybody, like Senator Jesse Lujan saying, we're not trying to scare the community. We just need everybody to be aware. Because again, we're not chemists. When we see your reports and we see your information that basically only engineers and chemists can basically understand, then it's going to go over people's heads. And so we need better clarification. And so let's just play that one, and then this should take us to the top of the hour.
Again, the initial oversight, and then the first town hall meeting as well, right? This information in regards to dilger in the water was known for quite some time, okay? Now I know that the warning level was not issued out, at that period of time, but you can see how, folks will react to, you've known it's been in the water. How come you didn't tell us so we can start taking precautions, at that time that it was detected? So that's what I'm trying to get to, is that, again, we don't want to scare the public, but we need to inform them as well, be transparent and what is there. And there may be a concern now. It may, it's not put out as an advisory at this point, but there is a concern, and I think that's what the public wants to know at this point, is that, who takes the lead in this, when are they going to be notified, and then when they hear that, it was notified 2013 or whenever it was, and here it is, 2025, and this is the first we're hearing of it.
I feel your pain, sir, and that for the community. I will say that at multiple points over those years, reports that are publicly available have been out there.
Yeah. We'll see, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm asking again, right? We're moving forward. We're learning. This is a teaching and learning moment, right?
Indeed.
we can't do this again.
Agreed.
Okay, we can't do this again. Please work closely with your oversight chairs, and if there's any concern, bring it up to them, because we may read it, but again, these things that come out, they're probably written more for the science-oriented person, and okay, so what does that mean? If I don't see carcinogen or cancer or something like that, I may not have a concern.
Absolutely.
Okay, but there may be something in there that I should be concerned about. Okay,
Yeah.
so these are the things, like, again, that we learn from what has happened, and the community response, and the uproar that the community had at the time. We don't want that.
Agreed.
But we don't want to scare them as well, and every little thing that comes out. But we need to be informed, and although it's out there, if you don't have the specific eye to look at it and read into it, we don't know what we're reading, basically, right?
I think, just as a disclaimer, when we talk about emerging contaminants in our drinking water, and over the last 2 years, and even on a national level, PFAS is a concern that is growing, even for Guam EPA. And even for GWA, I'm sure, as we, have discussed mitigation efforts for not only Dieldrin, but in the future for Guam EPA as a regulatory agency, when we start regulating for compliance for PFAS, which at this point is not targeted until 2031. Even though we know there is probably this legacy contamination all over the country, including Guam. So, again, not to make the same mistakes where the public is not informed, we probably want to say there's probably PFAS in our water. To what degree and to what contamination level, we don't know, because they haven't set a regulatory standard.
We won't know until we know, right?
Until we know, but we're saying that we probably know that there is PFAS in our drinking water.
All right. There's one more lady. Sorry, Teo. Can you just let it ride a little bit longer? There's one more right after Lastimosa, the director, speaks. There's one more woman that speaks on behalf of Guam EPA. So right at that if you lost it, just go back to 2357. I'm sorry, not 23. 10436. And there's another woman representing Guam EPA. Basically, she's saying that there will definitely be more community outreach events. So I just want to get that in there for the audience too.
Hi, my name is Juliana Mendoza. I am the environmental health specialist with the Safe Drinking Water Program. And to add to this emerging contaminants, and again, we had a little discussion. We don't really know what the health effects are for the PFAS, but from this experience with the Dieldrin and with the PFAS, it's just right around the corner. We're taking, lesson learned is that we want to communicate and do more public outreach, be more informative of this contaminant that is of these emerging contaminants. So rest assured, with the Safe Drinking Water Program, we thought that we've done, we made assumptions that we did, public outreach in this past 2 years, but it's not enough. And we are hearing the public. And so with that said, moving forward, we will be more, we'll do more public outreach and be more proactive, do public education, public outreach.
And maybe what we should do is as well.
All right, there you go. So again, GWA, Guam EPA, they're all going to be doing more proactive and more public education and outreach on emerging contaminants, right? So again, that's not, I think that's only halfway through the oversight hearing. There's a whole lot. But when we get to the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to have a conversation about a project that schools can, I believe teachers can get involved in. And so we're going to have Senor Joe Kanata of the Guam Preservation Trust. We're going to call him up, and he and his team shared a a flyer where teachers, if teachers can create a project or a program and a curriculum to their students, they could get funding from the Guam Preservation Trust. And so we're going to bring him on the other side of the CBS News. And I know we get a good amount of teachers, right, listening to the show. And so I want to put more information out on this Project SHOP. And SHOP is an acronym for Supplies for Heritage-Oriented Projects, which will support elementary, middle, and high school teachers to promote the history and culture of Guam in their classroom. And so, again, the release states, through a simple application, all public and private teachers in Guam will be eligible to apply for a $500 award and use the funds to purchase materials for an activity that will create projects and or activities for their classroom. Applications will be reviewed and ranked with the top 25 projects that are feasible and center around different aspects of Guam's history and culture. The project fulfills two proposed outcomes for the Guam Preservation Trust 2023-2027 strategic plan for fiscal year 2026, which are some moral, traditional, and cultural knowledge, and youth and education. The funds are expected to assist teachers, increase the capacity of heritage preservation and some moral, traditional, and cultural knowledge, especially by our youth in Guam's educational system. Teachers will have until January 31st, so you got the end of this month to submit your application, which we did share this. I did share this link, but I'll share it again since Senor Kanata is going to be with us today. I'll share it again, which all you got to do is copy and paste that off of our episode today, The Brightside with Pauly, Suba, December 8th. December 8th, January 8th. We'll fix that. January 8th, 2026. And you can just copy and paste that link, and you should be able to get more information by pasting it on your search bar. And so, again, like I said, Senor Kanata will be on with us on the other side of the CBS News, and we're also going to get your first look at the Real Deal Traffic Report right here on Wave 105. 4 o'clock on the dot, KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. ICE agents clash with protesters as the FBI and Minnesota authorities investigate the shooting death of a woman by an ICE officer in a South Minneapolis neighborhood this morning. This resident on what he saw.
Shot 2 or 3 times through the driver's side window. The car drove 30, 40 feet and crashed into another car in the telephone pole.
A U.S. official has identified the SUV driver as a 37-year-old Renee Good. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the woman tried to hit an officer with her car and was practicing self-defense. Minneapolis's mayor refutes that, and Governor Tim Walz says he has issued a warning order to the Minnesota National Guard.
Do not allow them to deploy federal troops into here. Do not allow them to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do not allow them to declare martial law. Do not allow them to lie about the security and the decency of this state. And let's let this investigation play itself out.
More from CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
The president says the situation's being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They're just trying to do the job of making America safe. No other specific response yet from here at the White House.
President Trump will meet with U.S. oil executives at the White House on Friday to discuss Venezuela.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says there's certainly a lot to discuss.
It's just a meeting to discuss, obviously, the immense opportunity that is before these oil companies right now.
Chevron is the only U.S. oil company currently operating in Venezuela. In the mid-2000s, Venezuela nationalized the assets of ConocoPhillips and Exxon. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
A judge has delayed Nick Reiner's arraignment in the killing of his parents, Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer Reiner. Defense attorney Alan Jackson asked that he be replaced by a public defender, and the judge approved it.
Circumstances beyond our control, but more importantly, circumstances beyond Nick's control have dictated that, sadly, it's made it impossible for us to continue our representation of Nick.
The arraignment is now scheduled for February 23rd. The Congressional Budget Office says the U.S. population will be 364 million in 30 years, 2.2% smaller than it had predicted a year ago. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Without immigration, the population will shrink in 2030, and even with the shrinking population, Social Security and Medicare, which are already struggling under an aging population, will be under increasing pressure, with fewer than expected people in the labor force paying taxes.
U.S. transportation officials say California will lose $160 million for delaying the revocations of 17,000 commercial driver's licenses for immigrants. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It'll cost you to cover up President Trump's face at national parks.
Newly revamped annual passes to national parks feature not only an image of George Washington, but of President Trump, too. Field staff tell the Washington Post they've been coming across cards with Mr. Trump's face obscured. They say they've been instructed to order visitors to remove stickers and other coverings, and if they don't, the Post says parkgoers are being charged the regular, non-discounted entrance fee, or given the option to purchase new passes. An Interior Department spokeswoman says the passes have long been considered void if altered. They're $80 for U.S. residents and $250 for others. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Speaking of the president, he has signed an executive order which will withdraw the U.S. from dozens of international organizations, including the UN's popular agency and the UN treaty that establishes international climate negotiations. This is CBS News.
You're listening to KGUM-FM Dedido, Wave 105.1 FM, the Talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses media radio station.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. Good quality regular sleep is vital to your health, with many studies finding that when it's not, you are at higher risk for a range of health consequences. Johns Hopkins sleep expert Charlene Gamaldo says you should be asked about your sleep quality whenever your health is being assessed.
It really should be a vital sign. Right up there with taking that blood pressure is assessing a mini screener for sleep. We have been really pushing that. I think we've gotten pretty far in 20 years because it's only been since the 70s that sleep has been recognized as a discipline. Still right now, most U.S. medical school graduates get between 0 to 2 hours of sleep education. So it's really hard for physicians outside of a sleep specialist to be able to hone in on that if they've never gotten training.
Gamaldo says that if you're experiencing poor sleep and your provider doesn't ask about it, it is perfectly appropriate for you to bring it up as a health concern. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Hi, for you're tuned to Wave 105.1 FM for your Real Deal Traffic Report. This Real Deal Traffic Report is sponsored by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautоспot.com. Guam Auto Spot 478 Auto. Also sponsored by Mobile Guam. Fuel your drive with Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Plus fuel for your chance at Mobile prepaid gas card or 75,000 United mileage plus miles. Visit Mobile stations for more details. Let's see what we got for you guys at 4:06 p.m. So I'm looking at Dedido area right now, and it doesn't look too backed up. I only see a couple places. Of course, in Payless, people are shopping. Let's see what else. Guam Early Caregivers. Of course, in front of the mall, doesn't look too busy. Route 1 doesn't look that bad either. Usually where in front of Donkey is, it doesn't look too busy. Of course, ITC, Route 30 going up to the hospital. And Tumon looks way more clear than the Route 1, so if you guys want to go Tumon way instead. In Asen on Route 1, it looks like there's a lot of traffic down there. I'm not sure what's happening, but next to the beach park, so beware of that if you're going down to Asen way. And I do not see anything down south, so I will catch you guys at 4:30 for another Real Deal Traffic Report. Thank you. Off today, you're tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online at our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051, or you can send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. The Brightside is sponsored by Chili's. Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Micropack, open at their Tamuning and mall locations. Make sure to follow their Instagram at MicroPack671 and MicroPack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go We Deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Crown Plaza Resort Guam, come down to Crown Plaza Resort. Relax, stay, or dine in. Book it today and experience island comfort at its best. Only at Crown Plaza Resort Guam.
All right, welcome back to Brightside here on Wave 105. We're going to call Senor Joe Kanata of the Guam Preservation Trust, right? And so you got his number, right? All right. Because, again, the Guam Preservation Trust is putting together something called, it's a project called Project Shop, supporting heritage-oriented projects. And so I put the website, the link to get more information on our YouTube, right? So on today's episode. And so if you copy and paste it onto your search bar, it'll give you all the information that you need on this, right? What it's all about, application questions, evaluation criteria, even gives you samples of some of your ideas, right? And so we're going to get into that in just a bit, but we're going to be talking to once again the Chief Program Officer. Chief Program Officer of the Guam Preservation Trust, Joe Kanata, right? And so when you look at the samples, right, it could be a number of things, but we do have Senor on now. So Hafaday, Senor, thank you so much for the opportunity to learn more about Project Shop. Senor?
Buenas.
Half a day. Thank you again.
Half a day, Mr. Suba.
I appreciate the opportunity to learn. I think a lot of teachers would appreciate the opportunity for this award, right? And so maybe we can start there, what the award is all about.
Yeah. So, the Guam Preservation Trust over the decades have been really working with teachers. We've done so many really great ideas to get teachers the resources they need to teach, just our heritage, in general. And we decided that we were going to ask teachers what are their ideas, and they can submit it in a simple application to give us their idea of how they're going to teach their kids about Guam's heritage, Guam's culture, and historic preservation. Yes, and then we will award the top 25 ideas, and we have $500 that we're going to award them with to pay for the resources, materials. As simple as my idea is to teach my students about our environment, Guam's environment, and I want to purchase a classroom set of these books that talk about Guam's environment and the history of Guam. It's as simple as that.
Right.
I want to take my kids on a field trip.
Right.
These ideas, we want the teachers to tell us rather than us telling them that, doing all of these. So that was the idea that we're posing to teachers. We have so many teachers that have great ideas, and we know that they're with our kids. There's a lot of teaching and learning in the classroom, and we would like to support that teaching and learning that's happening.
It's far-reaching too, because the way I look at this is it's not just for Chamorro teachers, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
It's not only for the Chamorro teachers; it's for science teachers, for English teachers, for
because you can connect our heritage to any subject, even math. Right, you're exactly right. Math too.
Yes, even fine art.
Yes. Yeah, no, I think this is a great idea. And so when I saw the press release come out yesterday, I reached out to you this morning to see if you can come on the show, and I really appreciate it. It sounds like the application process is pretty easy too, right? You're asking no more than 300 words, right?
Right. Yeah. And just explain to us what your idea is. Real simple.
Yeah.
A one-pager thing.
Yeah.
And then just email it to Guam Preservation Trust at gmail.com.
There you go. And so basically, when it comes to the evaluation criteria, I'm using your own FAQ as a cheat sheet. So I'm just kind of going through it, Senor. But the evaluation criteria, right? It's basically as long as they can achieve. You want to make sure that they can achieve their idea, right?
Right.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that they can accomplish that project or that activity, that lesson plan for the teacher's lingo, the lesson plan, achieve it by the end of this school year.
Right. You're correct too. I think a lot of the teachers will come out and impress you with their ideas.
Oh yes, and it's not going to stop at just this one set of 25. So next year we're going to do the same thing. Before school starts, we're going to send the same message out that we're looking for 25 great ideas. And it's not going to stop there. We're going to take the outcomes of these ideas, we're going to take these ideas and share it with all the other teachers so that they can also avail themselves with that lesson plan.
Understood. And I really like number 3 on the evaluation criteria. You want to make sure that your supplies can be purchased through local vendors. Why is that important?
because what we're going to do is we're going to help the teachers. You know, when you award a teacher, they will take that check and they have to turn it in to the school.
Right.
And then they have to go through a whole process. So what we're going to do is we're going to help them and say, okay, you know, all of my supplies are at National Office Supply, and this is how much it's going to cost.
Right.
We'll write a check to National Office Supply, and they can pick up their materials.
Great, right? Just as long as it's not Temu.
Right, exactly. Or Amazon or eBay.
No, I like it too, because also it keeps all our money here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking at some of these sample ideas. Is this your team that kind of just threw out some of these sample ideas? I like them already.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I used to be a teacher, so I threw out my idea.
Okay. Which one is yours? Sample A?
I have to read it.
Okay.
It's just a brainstorming session.
So one of the ideas is to decorate and incorporate your classroom with more Guam Legend story decorations and icons, right? Another idea, an example that is on here is a puppet show in the classroom to teach cultural values found in the Legend of Serena. I love all of these ideas. Teach about scaling measurements.
To get materials so the kids can do a diorama.
There you go.
Of a historic site.
Yeah. Oh, and I love Legos too. And so Guam Historic Site using Legos to describe 10 historic sites and structures in Guam. Students will design and build using historic photographs. I think I just want to do that myself with the Legos. But yeah.
It is going to be, I'm sure it's going to be a really, really fun program for the teachers and especially for the students, their students.
Right.
You know, our teachers are really the greatest asset here on Guam. They're the ones that are raising our next generation of leaders and of followers. And we want to make sure that they understand and they know their history.
Yes. Because
if you don't know your history, you don't know yourself.
Right. We have such a rich history too.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
We do. And nothing is hidden. Everything is just right up in front. And I'm very proud to say that even our leaders, our history and our heritage are, you know, up in front. And they think about it before a lot of things happen.
Senor, is there anything else that you want to share? I really appreciate, again, speaking with you, even if it's just briefly, so we can get our audience aware, because I know there are a number of teachers, but even everybody knows a teacher. Get them this information. If you have a great idea for a historic preservation project in your classroom, you could be awarded $500, and you're awarding 25 teachers, and they're not just public school, right? Private school, charter schools,
Private school, charter school, even Dodea school.
There you go.
We're opening it up to everybody.
There you go.
Their kids also are our kids.
Absolutely. Senor, thank you so much again.
Thank you so much, and I wish good luck to all the teachers, and we want to see a lot of ideas come in so that we can be able to build up this program next year.
Right. The due date is, again, January 31st.
Yes, the end of the month.
Okay.
Real simple application.
Yes,
Very
it is.
Simple application.
It really is. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Jesus mas.
Hagumas, Senor. Adios. 4:21 in the afternoon. That, again, is the Senor Joe Kanata, the Chief Program Officer of the Guam Preservation Trust. Right? Get $500 for your classroom. Again, do you have a great idea for a historic preservation project in your classroom? Here's that, again, another idea on here. My idea is to teach about scaling measurements at a mock archaeological site on campus to teach students about using geometry and its applications in archaeology and or architecture. We'll complete this by end of April 2026. I can purchase these items at the OG bookstore and at Home Depot. I will use funds to purchase mock archaeological materials, archaeological materials, that's better, and clipboards, as well as software for students to transfer this information on a website. We'll pay also for a website fee for 1 year, and that's basically it, right? So like Senor Canata was saying, no more than 300 words on how you will use that $500. Okay, it's 4:22 in the afternoon. This is what I want to do too is pivot, because this morning there was 1,000 pounds of rice on the conference room of the governor. And I was like, wait a minute here. Did they seize 1,000 pounds of rice? But I get it. It's a visual aid. Visual aid to show what 1,000 pounds of crystal methamphetamine would look like if it was right in front of your face. And that's how much they were able to seize since 2019. And so there's a DEA agent that was there, the Postal Service PIO of from San Francisco. Hold on, I'm gonna pull this up from the office of the governor, because she gave like the bios too. So DEA Ken Bowman is the resident agent in charge with over 25 years in the agency. He started with the DEA in 2000, assigned to Miami, Florida, before transferring to Guam in 2006. Matthew Norfleet, the Postal Inspector and Public Information Officer of the U.S. Postal Service San Francisco Division headquarters, which focuses on the success of local and federal partnership. Inspector Norfleet is assigned to investigate mail fraud, mail theft, and violent crimes. He also serves as a control tactics instructor. Inspector Norfleet is privileged to represent Inspector in Charge Stephen Sherwood, the division leadership team, and all the postal inspectors who have contributed to the successes of the Guam Interagency Narcotics Trafficking Task Force, or GIANT. And so you'll hear a couple times they mention the GIANT Task Force. So GIANT means Guam Interagency Narcotics Trafficking Task Force. And then Mr. John Duenas, who is the Assistant Special Agent in charge of Homeland Security Investigations Honolulu. Mr. Duenas serves as the Assistant Special Agent in charge at the Homeland Security Investigations Field Office, where he oversees operations spanning Guam, the CNMI, and Micronesia. He previously supervised the Honolulu Airport Group and led the creation of the Honolulu Border Enforcement Security Task Force. And in January 2023, established the Marianas BEST, which is Border Enforcement Security Task Force, to target transnational criminal organizations operating in the Mariana Islands. Mr. Duenas began his law enforcement career with the Guam Police Department in 1988, served on joint assignments with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the U.S. Customs Service, and became a special agent with the United States Customs Service in November of 2000. Today, he leads teams of special agents, criminal and analysts, task force officers, and mission support personnel, overseeing 2 high-intensity drug trafficking area task force initiatives and the certified undercover operations for HSI Honolulu, and serves as congressional liaison for HSI Honolulu's area of responsibility covering Hawaii, Guam, and the CNMI. Those are the bios again, thanks to Crystal Paco San Agustin, the communications director for the Office of the Governor. So they spoke briefly, but the main speakers are Governor Lulian Guerrero, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, Police Commander Colonel Joseph Carbolito, and Customs and Quarantine Director Ike Pareto. So let's do this. We'll play the... Let's see, because we're almost at the bottom of the hour, but I think we'll just do this now. We'll play the governor's statement and the lieutenant governor's statement, and so and then we'll take the break. And so, again, this was earlier today when they put in front a display of basically Calrose rice in these trash bags as a visual aid that 1,000 pounds of crystal methamphetamine has been seized by local and federal partners since 2019. It was a way to make 1,000 pounds feel real to the public because that number is hard to picture. And so here's the governor. Okay. I think it's not going through on the YouTube side, which is fine. Instead of going to the LT, we'll go to the break and see if we can figure this out. But first, okay, so if you're listening on YouTube, you probably didn't hear that. She says when she became governor in 2018, one of the first people she met was the postmaster. And she said the situation was pretty serious, the drug addiction epidemic, with crystal methamphetamine being the main driver. And so she asked the postmaster, "What are you doing to stop drugs coming through the mail?" She says she learned there was only one investigator, and that person was only there twice a week. Guam didn't have enough enforcement resources at the post office, and that was a major vulnerability. And so changes came later. She says postal leadership deputized local personnel, customs, police, and marshals. Local officers got the legal authority to help with postal enforcement, so enforcement could happen more often. And so what changed? She says now they're at the post office 5 or 6 days a week. So there's a more consistent presence that led to more detection and seizures. And so she has intensified her strategy since mid-2023 with stronger partnerships between local and federal law enforcement, modern equipment, investing in tools to inspect, scan, and detect, more canine capability, drug dogs and handlers, and also ongoing support for frontline officers, resources, staffing, and operations. She says that they made sure the right people were in the right roles. And she says they protected investigations from being compromised, preventing leaks, corruption, interference, or mishandling. And she says they built cases to hold up in court with stronger evidence and proper procedures. The governor says that effective enforcement isn't just random, it needs discipline, coordination, and trust. Especially at the border. She says enforcement starts at the borders. It's not only on the streets. Says it begins at ports and points of entry. And she says even when drugs aren't seized, enforcement still matters because traffickers feel more risk. She suggests the increased enforcement contributes to higher drug prices. And so they provided data that I didn't know this. I thought drugs were still, I thought crystal methamphetamine was still about $50. But there's this graphic that they pulled up. I'm trying to find it. I'm probably going to have to find it on the link on the video itself. But they pulled it up and it showed that here it is. If you go to the Office of the Governor's YouTube channel, this happened earlier today around 10 a.m., right? But look up 1,000 pounds of off our streets, Guam's progress on drug interdiction. Watch the whole thing. There, again, the DA agent speaks. The Postal Service representative spoke as well, briefly. But it says supply is being constrained. And you'll see this graph. I think it comes up sooner, but they zoom into it at the 53-minute and 52-second mark. And it says key indicator, the rising price of meth. Some supply is being constrained. In 2022, price per gram was $130 to $200 per gram. In 2023, it dropped to $50 to $80 or $100 per gram. In 2024, $80 to $100 per gram, and they're saying in this graphic here says, as of December 2025, crystal meth is $250 to $300 per gram. And it says at the bottom of that graph, rising prices reflect scarcity, risk, and disruption in the drug market. 4:36 in the afternoon, we will take our break and get you another look at your Real Deal Traffic Report with Teo John right here on Wave 105.
Conversations that matter. Community that listens. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. A Glimpse's media radio station.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me meal deal is here. Starting at just $12.99, mix and match meal options such as the house salad, old timer with cheese, and a Coke. Switch up entrees between shrimp tacos, the margarita flatbread, or Southwest Tac with rice. With so many combinations to choose from for just $12.99, you have to come back to try them all. Available all day for lunch or dinner. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Begin. We are Guam. Wave 105 FM.
Make your holidays brighter with mobile. Fuel up and win amazing prizes. Every $30 fuel purchase earns you electronic entries for 75,000 United mileage plus miles or a $1,000 mobile prepaid gas card. Want even more cheer? Fill up with Mobile Synergy Supreme Plus fuel and get 6 entries for every $30 purchase. Celebrate the season, fuel up with Synergy Supreme Plus, and let mobile make your holidays brighter. See mobile stations for details.
More than radio. It's Guam's group chat, Wave 105. Join the conversation. Glimpses Media.
The report cards your home needs to ace. I'm Greg McBride with the Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. School kids have report cards, you have a personal credit score to maintain, and your home also has a variety of reports and grades that it needs to do well on. As a homeowner, there are several key ones you need to understand, starting with a CLUE report. It's a record of every insurance claim filed on your home in the last 7 years, and it could make selling your house a little more challenging if there have been persistent problems. The next is the WALK score, which indicates how walkable your neighborhood is. That's important because surveys show that a majority of younger homebuyers prefer communities where they can get out and walk. And one more score to pay attention to is the flood insurance rating. The risk of flooding where you live can affect whether you can get insurance or even a mortgage. Flooding is not covered by standard home insurance, so if you live in a high-risk area, you will need a separate flood insurance policy. For more on this, visit Bankrate.com. I'm Greg McBride.
Financial infidelity, another kind of cheating? I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Among Americans who are married in a civil partnership or living with a romantic partner, 40% tell us they've committed some form of so-called financial infidelity against a current spouse or partner. What are we talking about here? Examples people cited in the Bankrate survey: 33% said spending more than a spouse or partner would approve, 23% said secret debt, others noted a secret credit card, an undisclosed savings or checking account. Younger folks are more likely to have committed one of these actions compared to their more senior counterparts. That includes 2/3 of members of Gen Z aged 18 to 28 compared to just 30% of baby boomers. About half of U.S. adults who are married in a civil partnership or living with a partner believe that keeping financial secrets from a romantic partner is as bad or worse than physical infidelity. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
The damage from a missed credit card payment. I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Having access to a credit card is akin to a necessity, and it's important to be attentive to making timely payments. Most credit card issuers regard a payment late when the due date has passed. A missed payment typically carries the same penalties as when making less than the minimum payment due. Delinquent for 30 days, you can manage if handled quickly. Some card issuers allow a single missed payment before they charge a late fee, but this is when your credit rating begins being put at risk. 2 payment cycles missed, 60 or more days, credit issuers begin wielding the high-risk label. Once the 90-day mark's violated, some banks will begin to seek to recover the full balance owed. Past 120 days and the debt is charged off, transferred to a third party. More damage to your credit rating. To avoid all of that, try to pay off your debts within the month they're charged, and you'll avoid paying interest. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
Half you're tuned into Wave 105.1 FM for your Real Deal Traffic Report. This Real Deal Traffic Report is sponsored by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478-AUTO or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com, Guam Auto Spot 478-AUTO. Also sponsored by Mobile Oil Guam. Fuel your drive with Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Plus fuel for your chance at Mobile prepaid gas card or 75,000 United mileage plus miles. Visit Mobile stations for more details. And let's see what we got for you guys at 4:40 p.m. Looking at Dedito right now, and I do not see anything too concerning. So if y'all going up Dedito, y'all should be good. Should be smooth. Looking at the mall, doesn't look too busy either, so you know, nothing to worry about there. Route 1, Tumon doesn't look too busy either as well. Looks like Route 1 is starting to pick up IDC intersection. For front of Jack in the Box. Assen, there's still some traffic down at the Beach Park area, and it ends, or it goes from Assen Beach Park down to Carabao Brewing or Slow Walk. But yeah, not sure what's happening down there. I don't see anything in Barragata or Mangilao too concerning, so y'all should be good there. And I do not see anything down south just yet either as well. So right after this, there's a local news segment, and I will catch you guys at 5 o'clock for another Real Deal Traffic Report. Thank you. Local headlines with Skylar Obispo and the Marianas Business Journal. This local news segment is sponsored by McDonald's of Guam. Take a well-deserved break. Have a delicious oven-baked strawberry and cream pie at McDonald's today. Goes great with McCafe iced coffee for a limited time, only at McDonald's. I don't know. And this will be your local news segment.
Buenas and Hafa. Here is the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Efforts to address dieldrin contamination in parts of Guam's water system and to identify its possible source continued at yesterday's oversight hearing. Brett Rayleigh from the Guam Water Works Authority reported that the interim treatment systems are working as intended. Water from the Y15 well has shown a non-detectable levels of dieldrin since treatment was installed. Two other wells, M4 and D17, remain offline, with additional wells continue to be closely monitored and remain below federal interim action levels. He also confirmed that more than 300 households have requested point-of-entry water treatment systems, with installations underway. Permanent treatment systems for affected wells are progressing, with full completion expected by summer 2026. In related news, Michelle Lastimosa, director of the Guam Environmental Protection Agency, told lawmakers the agency has formally requested an investigation into potential contamination sources on Anderson Air Force Base, working jointly with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Joint Region Marianas has acknowledged their request and are expected to submit an investigation plan by late February. Guam EPA also reported no evidence of illegal pesticide use during recent farm inspections and said additional health risk assessments are being requested from federal public health agencies to evaluate dieldrin, chlordane, and PFAS in drinking water. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
All right, welcome back to Brightside here on Wave 105. Look, I'm just going to play the audio internally because I think the audio is not... The volume needs to be, I think, a little bit higher for it to go over the YouTube, and I think that's the reason why it's not going over. I'm not quite sure, but I do know that got a comment from somebody tuning in on YouTube saying they didn't hear when we played the audio. So I think this will work if I just do it internally. But again, this is you're going to be hearing Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio at that press conference that took place earlier this morning on 1,000 pounds off our streets, Guam's progress on drug interdiction. And so the office of the governor is saying that the announcement today is basically to show that they have taken 1,000 pounds of crystal methamphetamine off the streets since 2019. And Lieutenant Governor says that they believe the outcomes are visible because supply is being constrained, routes are being disrupted, and enforcement is having an effect.
Family home allows you to perform all the things you do on behalf of all of us. So thank you very much. As we enter this new year, it offers all of us a moment to look back and reflect on the work that has been done, while also looking ahead with clear focus on where we are going. This is an important time to take stock of progress and recommit ourselves to the work that still lies ahead. One of the reasons we wanted to speak today is because the progress we are seeing is measurable. Supply is being constrained, routes are being disrupted, and enforcement is having an effect. That outcome is the result of intentional alignment across agencies. Local law enforcement working side by side with federal partners, customs officers coordinating closely with police and corrections, information moving faster, resources being shared smarter, and operations being planned with purpose. New patrol vehicles are on the road. Expanded canine teams are operating. New officers are graduating and reinforcing our workforce, and consistent enforcement at ports and borders. One important point we want to emphasize is that enforcement is not just about seizures, it is about deterrence. So when traffickers see sustained inspections, coordinated task forces, and a strong law enforcement presence, the risk increases. That increased risk is reflected directly in the cost of meth and ultimately helps protect our communities. We have also been very mindful of how we invest resources. Whether it is through equipment, training, or settlement funds, every dollar is meant to strengthen long-term capacity, not short-term optics. This approach ensures progress continues beyond any single operation or announcement. None of this happens without the professionalism of our officers and our agents. These are men and women who show up every day, often in difficult and dangerous circumstances, to keep our islands safe. They deserve our respect and our continued support, and we want to personally thank them. As the governor said, this is not the end of this work. It is a checkpoint that confirms we are moving in the right direction. We will continue to strengthen enforcement, deepen partnerships, and stay focused on outcomes that matter to the people of Guam. And now...
All right, there you go. So not the end. This is a checkpoint. And so let me see. I'm just going to make sure. Okay, so this is Police Commander Joe Carbolito. And he describes this as a long-term community, as long-term community damage, calling meth a merciless poison, and says it has hurt Guam since the early 1990s, where families are broken, violence has increased, homelessness has increased, more children are needing foster care, and deaths across villages. He says joint operations across GPD, Customs, USPS, DEA, and HSI seized over 1,000 pounds of meth and other drugs. That's a major interruption of supply and prevents harm. He says street prices rose sharply from about $50 to $100 per gram in 2024 to about $200 to $300 per gram in 2025, and higher prices suggest that supply is tighter and risk is higher. He says over 7 years, 4,860 drug investigations with 3,776 arrests. And so he says aggressive enforcement is choking supply. And so let me just pull this up here for the commander, and we're just going to play it in its entirety.
Hafade, Governor Leon Guerrero, Lieutenant Governor Tenorio, and our steadfast law enforcement partners who are here with us today. We stand united against methamphetamine, the merciless poison that has ravaged Guam since the early 1990s, shattering families, fueling violence, increasing homeless populations, the number of children who need foster care, and stealing lives across our villages. We have made headway in this war on illicit drugs, more specifically methamphetamine, also known as ICE. Through relentless joint operations, the Guam Police Department and Guam Customs, the U.S. Postal Service, DEA, and Homeland Security investigations have confiscated over 1,000 pounds of methamphetamine and other illicit drugs between 2019 and 2025. Thus preventing this scourge from further poisoning our families and our community. The impact is clear. Street prices have soared from $50 to $100 per gram in 2024 to $200 to to $300 in 2025. Over the last 7 years, the Guam Police Department initiated 4,860 drug-related investigations, which led to 3,776 arrests. This is proof that our aggressive enforcement is choking supply and making drugs harder to get. These wins save lives, reunite families, and restore the hope of our people. We recognize that law enforcement alone will not win this battle against drugs, and as such, we ask everyone to pay attention and report suspicious activity. We salute Guam's Neighborhood Watch programs. Your tips and vigilance drive our successes. Several drug houses have been taken down due to the dedication and vigilance of members of this Neighborhood Watch program, which is proof that the program is active and that it works. We also ask that you support recovery for your loved ones and others and stand with us. Sidus Masi for your solidarity. Together we prevail. Guam rises. Thank you.
All right. And so I do want to...
Colonel Carbolito.
Hold on. I do want to play... I think we have time to play the Director of Customs, too, before we get to the break. Okay. So Director Ike Pareto of Guam Customs, right? He says this is what's happening in the market. Rising price per gram, record seizures at borders, and more interdiction and pressure is being applied. Customs is tracking 346.6 pounds of meth seized at borders, ports in the calendar year 2025. He compares it to 215 pounds in 2024, and earlier years range from 11 to 195 pounds. 2025 is the highest among the numbers that he shared. And so, here, we're just going to play it before we get to the break.
Afternoon, good morning, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, members of our police department, our customs staff, and of course, our federal partners that are here today. We join our partners in local and federal enforcement to share recent successes in methamphetamine interdiction. The significant increase in the price per gram of methamphetamine and a record amount of methamphetamine seized at our borders over the past decade this year. Let me just start with calendar year 2025. Our agency is tracking the seizure of a total of 346.6 pounds of methamphetamine at our borders and our ports of entry. Last year, 215 pounds were seized. In previous years, this number ranged anywhere from 11 to 195 pounds. And let me just say this, the majority of the seizures coming through the mail, and we credit our joint collaboration with the U.S. Postal Inspection Service and their involvement in their Guam interdiction and anti-narcotics trafficking task force known as the Giant, along with cooperative task force efforts with our DEA, our HSI, and of course our Guam Police Department. To present an overall snapshot of calendar year 2025 drug seizures at the border and nearly 347 pounds of methamphetamine. This represents about 88.7%. Next to approximately 35.6 pounds of marijuana, 5.6 pounds of cocaine, 2.7 pounds of suspected fentanyl, and approximately 0.13 pounds of pharmaceutical and other drugs. I must also thank continuously our dedicated customs officers and their bravery and applications of their training and expertise in screening and inspecting passengers and goods arriving to our airports and maritime ports to include our coastline. In addition to our routine deployment of customs officers and regular engagement, our special enforcement divisions, which includes the drug detector dog unit, the contraband enforcement team, the maritime interdiction task force, our x-ray unit, and federal task force officers across Guam's border ports of entry. We can attribute the heightened drug interdictions to a roughly 20% increase in our staffing in 2020, in which 5 training cycles, allowing us to allocate more resources to our borders and also to the post office. The graduation and deployment of 4 new drug detector dog handlers in September of 2024 and the training of an additional 5 handlers ongoing. With this, we anticipate a total of 12 drug detector dog teams in the near future, probably up to 17. The acquisition of 9 new drug detector dogs in November 2024, in which 4 canines were trained and transferred to the Guam Police Department and the Guam Department of Corrections to help combat the importation of methamphetamines and to also not only deter but detect methamphetamines out in our community. In the coming months, we posture to acquire an additional 9 drug detector dogs and will be sharing another detector dog training cycle later this month. This was made possible by the support of the Office of the Attorney General through the opiate settlement agreement and the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Grant through the Bureau of Statistics and Plans. This will increase an overall detection dog teams for greater saturation and interdiction operation. This process must continue. As a community that deserves safer streets and homes, report suspicious activity that may be related to drug trafficking to our ports of entry and across our coastline. Thank you.
All right. And so Director Ike Pareto of Guam Customs and Quarantine says they plan to acquire 9 more dogs soon and do another training cycle. He says this is all funded through the Office of the Attorney General through the opioid settlement agreement. That was actually like years ago, right? But they continue to have funding. And so he asked the community to report suspicious trafficking activity at ports and along the coastline. So short and sweet, the DEA resident agent in charge, Ken Bowman, says that he kind of jokes that he'll keep it short like himself. So he got everybody kind of by surprise with that one. He says he's been in Guam off and on for 10 years or over 10 years and hasn't seen cooperation this strong before. He says DEA will keep working to fight meth. He invites mutual support and says, tell us what you need and we'll try to help. It's 5 o'clock on the dot, and so there's just a couple more people that spoke at the press conference, and so we'll get to that on the other side of these. Your CBS News, another look at the Real Deal Traffic Report with Teo John, coming up right here on Wave 105, Biba Webis, KGUM-FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. ICE agents clash with protesters as the FBI and Minnesota authorities investigate the shooting death of a woman by an ICE officer in a South Minneapolis neighborhood this morning. This resident on what he saw.
Shot 2 or 3 times through the driver's side window. The car drove 30, 40 feet and crashed into another car in the telephone pole.
A U.S. official has identified the SUV driver as a 37-year-old Renee Good. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the woman tried to hit an officer with her car and was practicing self-defense. Minneapolis's mayor refutes that, and Governor Tim Walz says he has issued a warning order to the Minnesota National Guard.
Do not allow them to deploy federal troops into here. Do not allow them to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do not allow them to declare martial law. Do not allow them to lie about the security and the decency of this state. And let's let this investigation play itself out.
More from CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
The president says the situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They're just trying to do the job of making America safe. No other specific response yet from here at the White House.
President Trump will meet with U.S. oil executives at the White House on Friday to discuss Venezuela.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says there's certainly a lot to discuss.
It's just a meeting to discuss, obviously, the immense opportunity that is before these oil companies right now.
Chevron is the only U.S. oil company currently operating in Venezuela. In the mid-2000s, Venezuela nationalized the assets of ConocoPhillips and Exxon. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
A judge has delayed Nick Reiner's arraignment in the killing of his parents, Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer Reiner. Defense attorney Alan Jackson asked that he be replaced by a public defender, and the judge approved it.
Circumstances beyond our control, but more importantly, circumstances beyond Nick's control, have dictated that, sadly, it's made it impossible for us to continue our representation of Nick.
The arraignment is now scheduled for February 23rd. The Congressional Budget Office says the U.S. population will be 364 million in 30 years, 2.2% smaller than it had predicted a year ago. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Without immigration, the population will shrink in 2030. And even with the shrinking population, Social Security and Medicare, which are already struggling under an aging population, will be under increasing pressure with fewer than expected people in the labor force paying taxes.
U.S. transportation officials say California will lose $160 million for delaying the revocations of 17,000 commercial driver's licenses for immigrants. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It'll cost you to cover up President Trump's face at national parks.
Newly revamped annual passes to national parks feature not only an image of George Washington, but of President Trump, too. Field staff tell the Washington Post they've been coming across cards with Mr. Trump's face obscured. They say they've been instructed to order visitors to remove stickers and other coverings. And if they don't, the Post says parkgoers are being charged the regular, non-discounted entrance fee, or given the option to purchase new passes. An Interior Department spokeswoman says the passes have long been considered void if altered. They're $80 for U.S. residents and $250 for others. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Speaking of the president, he has signed an executive order which will withdraw the U.S. from dozens of international organizations, including the UN's popular agency and the UN treaty that establishes international climate negotiations. This is CBS News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. ICE agents clash with protesters as the FBI and Minnesota authorities investigate the shooting death of a woman by an ICE officer in a South Minneapolis neighborhood this morning. This resident on what he saw.
Shot 2 or 3 times through the driver's side window. The car drove 30, 40 feet and crashed into another car in the telephone pole.
A U.S. official has identified the SUV driver as a 37-year-old Renee Good. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the woman tried to hit an officer with her car and was practicing self-defense. Minneapolis's mayor refutes that, and Governor Tim Walz says he has issued a warning order to the Minnesota National Guard.
Do not allow them to deploy federal troops into here. Do not allow them to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do not allow them to declare martial law. Do not allow them to lie about the security and the decency of this state. And let's let this investigation play itself out.
More from CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
The president says the situation's being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They're just trying to do the job of making America safe. No other specific response yet from here at the White House.
President Trump will meet with U.S. oil executives at the White House on Friday to discuss Venezuela.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says there's certainly a lot to discuss.
It's just a meeting to discuss, obviously, the immense opportunity that is before these oil companies right now.
Chevron is the only U.S. oil company currently operating in Venezuela. In the mid-2000s, Venezuela nationalized the assets of ConocoPhillips and Exxon. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
A judge has delayed Nick Reiner's arraignment in the killing of his parents, Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer Reiner. Defense attorney Alan Jackson asked that he be replaced by a public defender, and the judge approved it.
Circumstances beyond our control, but more importantly, circumstances beyond Nick's control, have dictated that, sadly, it's made it impossible for us to continue our representation of Nick.
The arraignment is now scheduled for February 23rd. The Congressional Budget Office says the U.S. population will be 364 million in 30 years, 2.2% smaller than it had predicted a year ago. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Without immigration, the population will shrink in 2030. And even with the shrinking population, Social Security and Medicare, which are already struggling under an aging population, will be under increasing pressure with fewer than expected people in the labor force paying taxes.
U.S. transportation officials say California will lose $160 million for delaying the revocations of 17,000 commercial driver's licenses for immigrants. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KGUM FM, Dedido. Powered by Glimpses Media. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Off of there, you're tuning to Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051, or you can send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. The Brightside is sponsored by Chili's. Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Micropack open at their Tamuning and mall locations. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Crown Plaza Resort Guam, come down to Crown Plaza Resort. Relax, stay, or dine in. Book it today and experience island comfort at its best. Only at Crown Plaza Resort Guam. Hi, Fidel. You're tuned into Wave 105.1 FM for Real Deal Traffic Report. This Real Deal Traffic Report is sponsored by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478-AUTO or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot 478-AUTO. Also sponsored by Mobile Oil Guam. Fuel your drive with Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Plus fuel for your chance at Mobile Prepaid Gas Card or 75,000 United Mileage Plus miles. Visit Mobile stations for more details. And let's see what we got for you guys at 5:11 p.m. So I'm just going to go straight to Route 1 and see how that traffic is looking. And yes, it is as expected. Everyone's getting off of work. Airport Road, Donkey, front of GPO, IDC intersection, front of Jack in the Box. That whole strip is busy. Tumon looks a little better, so if you guys want to go that way instead, it looks a little more clear. But you're probably going to run into traffic coming up on Highway 14 if you're trying to go up to Jigo. But looks like Micronesian Mall is also kind of backed up as well. Dedido in front of GTA. I don't really see much else. Actually, in front of Guam Early Childhood and Caregivers Academy in Dedido. I do not see anything in Jigo. Let's go down to Barragata. I do not see much in Barragata. Looks there's still traffic down in Asan next to the Asan Beach Park going down to Slow Walk. And let's see what else. Down south I do not see any other traffic. And yeah, so I'll catch you guys at 5:30 for your last Real Deal Traffic Report. And right after this we have Pauly Suba with the Brightside, so stay tuned.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore.
All right, welcome back. The Brightside here on Wave 105. You just jumped in your car. Appreciate you tuning in. Otherwise, if you still got your laptop or your phone open to our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam, and online, the wave105.com. Oh, and the Glimpses radio app, right? So you've got three radio stations, all part of the Glimpses radio family, the Glimpses Media. That's us, Wave 105, Power 98, and Route 99. And you can channel surf. You can go from one to the other. And then you can also make song requests, too. You can actually even do shout-outs that we can see as well. If you want to do like a birthday shout-out and you just don't have time to call it in, right? You can do that on the Glimpses radio app. All right. So we got somebody on the line?
No, I just got a caller though that said that the traffic buildup around Asan at the Asan Beach Park.
Okay.
He said it's due to an accident.
It's a crash. So maybe if you see more details exactly, you don't have to get on the air. You can call back and just let Teo know exactly what you see. But did they say if it's affecting north or south or both?
They didn't give more information than that. But I see on here that it's all the way from the beach park to Slow Walk. So
and so that's
traffic.
That's never a good thing too, especially around this time, right? As everybody is all getting off around the same time. So, how bad is it? Is the line red?
It is one down from the highest.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's not like you have to go up to. Because I was going to give you the alternative, right, is you can make that right turn before you head over into the village of PT, or you're technically in PT, but before you get to like the heart of PT or Cabris or Fisheye, you can make that right turn up towards Nimitz Hill and kind of get around that. You can even avoid Adeloop if you want, because Slow Walk is right there, right? So you can go up Nimitz Hill, come back down, and then go up Snake Road and get into Hagåtña and whatnot. But if it's not completely red and it's not at a complete stop, then you're probably just better off just kind of, dealing with it at this point. But okay, so let's go back to the press conference that took place earlier today at Adeloop. And so the person that you're going to be hearing now is the Postal Inspector Matthew Norfleet. He's actually like the PIO, again, of the U.S. Postal Service, right? And so the mission statement is keeping drugs out of the mail, stopping criminals from profiting from using the mail to ship drugs. And so they have a teamwork reputation with Guam, and it's a top example of what teamwork looks like. He says postal inspectors are known for teamwork. He says the Guam Task Force is one of the best current examples inside the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. So, okay, I'm just going to play. It's pretty short and sweet. It's about a minute long. So here, I'm just going to pull it from my phone just in case I see people tuning into our YouTube. So I don't want to lose the audio on YouTube.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for the invitation and for the hospitality I've been shown since I've been here in Guam. The mission of the United States Postal Inspection Service, among other things, is to keep drugs out of the mail and to prevent criminals from profiting by using the mail to transport drugs. So postal inspectors are very proud of our reputation for teamwork, and there's probably no better example of it in the Postal Inspection Service right now than the Giant Task Force here in Guam. This task force function, swearing in task force officers from Guam Police Department and Guam Customs and Quarantine, allows Postal Inspection Service resources to go to where they can be most useful in the community. And the cases that those officers make here in Guam provides evidence and intelligence that allows postal inspectors and task force officers across the country to push back on drug traffickers. So the inspector in charge of the San Francisco division is committed to continuing the support for the Giant Task Force, and the chief postal inspector is trying to stand up more task forces like it across the country. Thank you again.
Okay, and then next, Mr. John Duenas, who is part of the Homeland Security investigations, his was also pretty short and sweet. He says meth is still a major threat that fuels crime, harms public health and safety, threatens national security for Guam, and says local and federal partners are united to disrupt supply chains, dismantle criminal organizations, protect borders. And so he thanked those that were in attendance, Customs, GPD, for their work, and says together they're making Guam stronger. So Crystal Paco San Augustine, she shares that even while talking about seizures, they also need to talk about help and treatment resources. So she gives crisis and treatment resource numbers, right? 988, which is the warm line. You can call, text, or chat for confidential help. Also, New Beginnings and Drug and Alcohol Treatment Branch and prevention and training for the prevention and training branch peace officers, and the Togi warm line, which is 988. And then she gives this pin map resource, and she calls up Sergeant Angel to give an update of what this map is and how it was made. And so basically, when I look at when you see it, the whole island, there has been some kind of drug investigation, and they have this these pins are different. It's color coded from 2019 to 2025, geocoded, right? And you see these patterns of where cases start, and when they blow it up, it's basically the whole island. He says all of the pins that you see on this map represent 4,860 cases and about 3,767 arrests. And then again, while he's presenting that, you see this graph that says the price of crystal methamphetamine in 2022 was about $130 and then increased to about $200 per gram. In 2023, or it slides from 130 to 200, right? In 2023, 50 to 80, and then $100 per gram. In 2025, it rose to 250 to about $300 per gram. And so it says at the bottom of the graph, rising prices signal scarcity, higher risk, and disruption in the market. So at this point, they start doing a question and answer. And so I want to play the part where John Connor, I think, from the Guam Daily Post, he asks about why aren't they doing 100% inspections at the port. And we've heard Director Ike Pareto share, I've had conversations with him, what it means. What does that actually mean? And so what that looks like. And he basically shares what he shared with me. They just don't have the manpower or the resources to inspect, to physically inspect these containers. And so we're just going to play it. And you'll hear him say it again. Hold on, the audio is... Hold on, the audio is...
Conduct
there.
100% inspection done at the port. When you talk about 100% inspection done at the port, that means that we will ground all the containers that are coming in at that particular time and open each and every boxes on goods that are coming in. There's no way that we can handle that. That is not the norm of inspection at any customs border.
All right. And so just for further, and then you hear, I believe, their customs division chief.
Is just one of five. We have the Ganya Bow Basin. We have the
Oh, hold on. Let me...
air cargo facility.
I'm going to pull even more.
Type of
All right. The
I was
customs
not
division
made
chief is going to
aware of
explain
that,
more.
But the Special Enforcement Division handles the operation, and they make that call. I can defer you to the division chief.
Yeah, half a day. So I think what the director is trying to elaborate a little bit more was that the inspection and control divisions, there's already inspections going on. There's screenings going on, right? And the Special Enforcement Division tries to fill in gaps in operations. So this last operation we did is nothing new. It's something that we do all the time. We strategically conduct saturation or enforcement type of operations at different areas of the border. So the Port Authority is just one of five. We have the Ganya Bow Basin, we have the air cargo facility, we have the airport operations, and we have Anderson Air Force Base. So we're constantly moving our teams around based on risk assessments. And I want to say, as far as I have to agree with the director, there's no physical way. Even if we took every single law enforcement officer, we could not open every container, because one container would take anywhere from 4 to 8 hours to do 100% inspection. So it's just not practical. So what we utilize is risk assessments, x-ray systems, detector dogs, and we use all the tools that we have, as well as working with our federal counterparts to find the most highest risks, and we conduct those inspections. Because even if we just held, for example, the produce, there will be nothing at Payless and cost you less. I mean, the food will be bare because everything would be locked down at the port. On top of that, there's no facility on the island that can manage inspections. On an average, we have around 800, maybe 600 to 800 containers a week. So if you just take that analogy, and I believe John DeWing is here. Maybe he can answer for U.S. Customs, and I highly doubt that U.S. Customs does the 100% inspection at the Long Beach port or anything like that.
No, not at all.
I mean, it's impossible to do 100% inspections on shipping containers. It's just not practical.
Is the AG's office normally included in the operations you mentioned?
Our officers are constantly in touch with the AG's office relative to when we have cases, booking confine. We don't conduct PC arrests, so every time we do make an arrest at the border, we're always in conjunction with the AG's office, whether they're going to take it or it'll go either local or federal. So we are in touch with the AG.
But the actual inspection operation, is the AG's office?
It's not normally that they. I mean, if he wants to pool resources to augment customs, I would leave that up to my director. It's above my pay grade, but I would welcome any help. So if they have actionable intelligence, because saying that drugs are coming in a car, we have hundreds of cars coming in every month. So I'm just saying what looks good on paper and what is actual, what's practical are just two different things. So. I believe we've brought the media out and showed them how containers inspection are done and how labor intensive it is. So I just want to leave it at that, to kind of defend our agency that we're trying our best with the resources we have. We're at 140 officers, somewhere around there with the recent graduation. But even at that, we're still under the amounts and we're losing a lot of people to federal agencies because of the pay. So there's just a lot of things that we're trying. But I can tell you this, the men and women of GPD and Customs, we're committed. We live on this island. We love this island, and we were protecting this island the best we can do with the resources the way that we have.
All right. So they're, again, explaining why they can't do the 100% inspection, physical inspection of the containers. Guam receives about 600 to 800 containers per week, and argues Guam lacks facilities to inspect everything at once. And then he says, from my knowledge, I mean, we can ask our federal partners if other ports, seaports, inspect every container physically, right? And you heard the person that says, no, we can't. It was John Duenas of Homeland Security Investigations. Says you that just doesn't happen at any seaport. Okay. So there's a couple other things too. And the question that was asked the question came from John O'Connor of the Guam Daily Post. There's a couple other things here, but for the most part, you can watch it in its entirety. The Q&A comes towards the end, right? So John O'Connor asks, let me just play one more. John O'Connor asks, okay, I know that this is about search and seizures and removing 1,000 pounds of drugs, mostly crystal methamphetamine, off the streets since 2019. But can you tell us more about actual assistance? And so this is when the governor explains, she kind of closes things out. And so she explains more about what this administration has done regarding treatment and rehabilitation.
Is medical approach. We feel that drug use has to deal with health and medical issues. So since we've started our administration, Lieutenant Governor and myself has been very committed to look at it on a continuum. First, prevention and education. Our police officers, our law enforcement people, our social workers, our agencies like JIPWIC and public health are out there in the schools educating our children. Our police has stood up programs that work with the youth to help prevent the use of drugs. We also at JIPWIC stood up services that can help people go through their emotional turmoil so that they don't go to drugs to help alleviate their stress and their turmoil. When we first started, we wanted to establish a detox unit because you see, going through detox involves a lot of medical issues, and GMH did not have that unit. So since that time, we have stood up a drug detox unit, which has served a lot of our people. We also, as you saw, the use of youth programs, the use of programs that involve sports, that allow youth to be involved, occupied, and use their time in a very productive way. We have also worked with many nonprofit organizations. Togi is one of them. Women's drug rehab program, Salvation Army. We've opened a lot of rehab centers for our people. So we not only look at drug interdiction, law enforcement interdiction, very key, very important, but we have looked at it on a continuum, comprehensive way. We have worked with schools, we have worked with nonprofit organizations. We actually even provided funding and finance to nonprofit organizations so they can stand up sports activities. Nonprofit organizations to help men and women and even children relay and address the challenges that they have. So yes, we have done a lot in this administration. As you can see here, interdiction, stopping the drugs, prevention, rehabilitation, and treatment.
All right, and that pretty much concluded the press conference that took place again today at 10 a.m. You can watch it again on the Governor of Guam's YouTube channel. So back to what the commander of the Guam Police Department had said, Commander Carbolito, right? Claiming major enforcement results from 2019 to 2020. I would say 2025, because we're 7 to 8 days in, right? And the joint operations across GPD, Customs, the U.S. Postal Service, DEA, and HSI seizing over 1,000 pounds of meth and other drugs. And says street prices rose sharply from about $50 to $100 per gram in 2024 to about $200 to $300 per gram in 2025. Higher prices suggest the supply is tighter and risk is higher. And he says over 7 years, 4,860 drug investigations with 3,776 arrests. 5:34 in the afternoon. We will take our last break, and we'll pretty much shut it all down. And so if you've got anything on your mind, give us a call, 671-922-1051. Here's our last break and another look at your Real Deal Traffic Report and Skylar Obispo of the Marianas Business Journal.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Real voices, real stories, right here at home.
Are you ready? The 2026 Power 98 Step Up Challenge is on, and it's your last chance to register. Attention all high school classes and clubs, you could win thousands of bucks in Guam's longest running video competition. Register now at power98.com. But hurry, registration ends this Sunday. All high school classes and clubs, it's time to step up. Registration is limited, so register now at power98.com. The 2026 Power 98 Step Up Challenge is presented by the Agenya Shopping Center, the Bank of Guam, the Guam Army National Guard, and brought to you by Domino's Guam, Wave 105, Route 99 FM, and the station ready to give you thousands of dollars for your school class or club, Power 98.
From Jigo to Molesso, if Guam's talking about it, you'll hear it on Wave 105.
The new and improved Chili's 3-for-Me meal deal is here. Starting at just $12.99, mix and match meal options such as the house salad, old timer with cheese, and a Coke. Switch up entrees between shrimp tacos, the margarita flatbread, or Southwest Tinagtag with rice. With so many combinations to choose from for just $12.99, you have to come back to try them all. Available all day for lunch or dinner, only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Stay sharp, stay curious, stay connected. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Glimpses Media.
Are you ready? The 2026 Power 98 Step Up Challenge is on, and it's your last chance to register. Attention all high school classes and clubs, you could win thousands of bucks in Guam's longest running video competition. Register now at power98.com. But hurry, registration ends this Sunday. All high school classes and clubs, it's time to step up. Registration is limited, so register now at power98.com. The 2026 Power 98 Step Up Challenge is presented by the Aganya Shopping Center, the Bank of Guam, the Guam Army National Guard, and brought to you by Domino's Guam, Wave 105, Route 99 FM, and the station ready to give you thousands of dollars for your school class or club, Power 98.
Local headlines with Skylar Obispo and the Marianas Business Journal. This local news segment is sponsored by McDonald's of Guam. Take a well-deserved break, have a delicious oven-baked strawberry and cream pie at McDonald's today. Goes great with McDonald's iced coffee for a limited time only at McDonald's Guam.
Buenas and half a day. Here is the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. At a public hearing yesterday, lawmakers, government agency directors, scientists, and community members voiced strong opposition to proposed deep-sea mining in the Marianas. Testimony focused on concerns raised by a federal request for information from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, which could lead to mineral leasing in waters near the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Speaker cited risks to marine ecosystems, fisheries, food security, cultural heritage, and regional relations, as well as a lack of scientific data and meaningful consultation. Speaker Frank Bloss Jr. said an emergency legislative session is expected Friday at 9 a.m. to vote on a resolution reaffirming Guam's call for a moratorium on deep-sea mining before the federal comment deadline on January 12th. In more news, the SNAP Ed program under the University of Guam land grant is offering free monthly grocery store tours to help residents eat healthier while staying within budget. The 1-hour Cooking Matters grocery store tours are open to residents eligible for SNAP, WIC, Medicaid, or other means tested assistance programs. The first tour of the year will be held at 11 a.m. on January 16th at Payless Supermarket in Jigo. Participants will learn how to read food labels, compare prices, understand food groups, and make cost-effective shopping choices. Additional tours are scheduled throughout the year at Payless stores in Jigo, Maiti, Sumai, and Micronesian Mall. Registration is required and space is limited. More information is available through the SNAP Ed program at the University of Guam, and they can be reached at 671-735-2030. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hi, today you're tuning to Wave 105.1 FM for your Real Deal Traffic Report, last Real Deal Traffic Report of the day. And this Real Deal Traffic Report is sponsored by Mobile Oil Guam. Fill your drive with Mobile Synergy Supreme Plus fuel for your chance at mobile prepaid gas card or 75,000 United Mileage Plus miles. Visit mobile stations for more details. Sorry about that. Also sponsored by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot 478 Auto. And let's see what we got for you guys. It looks like the accident in Asan is clearing up. There's no traffic around there, so maybe they I don't see anything here, so maybe they cleared it up for y'all. Nothing to worry about there. I'm looking at Sinanya. Looks pretty busy. Where's this at? Route 4, Sinanya. Let's see. Hagåtña, Superior Court intersection. Of course, Route Marine Corps Drive, ITC intersection, Donkey, Airport Road. They all look backed up right now. And Upper Tumon, of course, all the way up going. Looks pretty busy. Hamburger Road too. So y'all just gonna have to deal with that one. Let's see what else. Jigo. I do not see anything else in Jigo. Got onto Barragata. In front of the fire station, I don't see anything else in Mangilao concerning. And down south as well. So that'll be your last real traffic report of the day. And right after this, we have Pauly Suba closing out the show. Tune in.
I'm from Tautanu, Itamoru, kingdom of our people. G-U-A-M, island in the sun. From Jigo to Malessu, this land is all that we know.
Welcome back. Viva Webis. It's Thursday, January 8th, 671-922-1051 or 1052. I saw a release from the Department of Agriculture, right, about free Christmas tree exchange, right? Do you have a fresh Christmas tree, Teo?
No, I don't.
No, I haven't had one in a while. But if you did, you can send it on over for their Christmas tree drop. Trees must be completely clean and free of ornaments, lights, tinsel, or they will not be accepted. Artificial trees will not be accepted, right? So you got the Christmas tree hours Friday, January 9 from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then Saturday and Sunday, which is January 10th and the 11th, 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. And then next week from the 12th to the 16th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Trees will not be accepted outside of the indicated schedule, right? Other than engaging with your Department of Agriculture, Christmas trees and other yard waste may be disposed of at the following locations for a fee. Northern Hard Fill, that's the Primo Heavy Equipment location in Jigo. Route 15 back road to Anderson Air Force Base. And the Tamuning hours are 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and then 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Charges, they do charge a disposal fee. And green waste and wood waste are ground into mulch. You can call them up at 687-3709. 687-3709. And then there's Pacific Soils and Compost on Darrow Road across the ORDOT dump in ORDOT, right? So Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. There's another site, the Jigo facility at the Manhita Farms, in Jigo, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And here's the number. You'll be calling Danica, who is the project manager, 898-5661. 898-5661. Somebody's on the line? Oh, Joe. Off day, Joe. Joe, you're on the air.
Hello.
Senor. Joe Maulik. Off a day.
I was listening on the narcotic unit.
Yeah, Happy New Year. I haven't even talked to you all year.
Oh, I just got back from
When? Where?
Colorado.
No way, you went?
Yeah.
Wow. Good for you. How cold was it?
Oh, my God. I told my brother the land the airport, and he came and picked me up.
Yeah.
I told him, "Nah, by tomorrow I'm going to go home."
Wow. So you saw the snow. Did you build a snowman?
No, I helped him shovel some of the snow.
Oh, man. What the heck are you guys doing shoveling snow? Don't you have grandchildren? Don't you have grandnephews?
He has his son is still living with him. Just to show him, that I can move around.
The brothers are still showing off, trying to show each other who's stronger.
I'm so happy to be home.
I bet, especially that cold Colorado weather.
I never liked that. I never liked that smoke.
So what you were listening, right? The press conference today. What were you
listening when
what are your thoughts?
morning?
Yeah, it happened at 10. That's when they did it live, right? So you watched it live?
No.
Oh.
I was listening.
Oh, you're listening to the show.
Yes.
Okay.
The DA and the Guam police.
Right.
Man, the police, the Guam police, they got all kinds of assignments.
Mm.
They're covering all areas.
Oh yeah, they're a task force within the Postal Service, a task force within Homeland Security, a task force with DEA. They're deputizing. Wait a minute, we're supposed to get resources and support from the federal government, from these federal agencies. Why are you deputizing our people?
Oh man, no wonder why they're always short of personnel.
Yeah. But it's, we all live here though, right? And so, like when I was listening to the governor when she said, she said something about like they have one inspector and he's only there like twice a week or 2 times in a week. She's like, yeah, that's not going to work. So, I mean, you gotta do something. And so you're just not going to be like, well, they only have one inspector and he's only there for
once a week,
twice a week. That's not good enough. So, might as well be us.
Yeah, especially the container.
Yeah. Because I remember that. So I remember when there was like this, it was MILA. It was the CNMI government came to, their legislative leaders came to Guam. And they had this summit over at the legislature, which you can Google on YouTube and you can find it. And so they had Homeland Security agent talking about the task force that he had set up, the best task force. And basically was saying, because this is not a designated high, what do they call it? HIDA?
I think it's HIDA.
Yeah, that Guam's not.
Diet? They call it a diet?
It's a high drug traffic area. HIDA, high intensity drug trafficking area. Because Guam is not a high intensity drug trafficking area, we're not going to get the federal resources that other places have. Right? And so, yes, clearly there's a drug epidemic. Clearly, we have been ravaged by crystal meth. I was having a conversation with a coworker today, right? And so, she was just sharing me her experience. I'm not going to share her name because, that's private. But what she was sharing is common. Well, she was just sharing in her own family. What we lost was how we support each other. That's what happens when we have when the typhoon comes, right? When emergencies happen, what do we do as a family? Not just my brother and my sister, but my first cousins and my aunties and my uncles. We all come together and we support each other. We go to my auntie's house to shower or wait for the power to go on at our place. We do laundry at a relative's house and vice versa. And we lost some of that. And she says, you know why we lost some of that? Because of drugs. Because we can't even trust our own family anymore. We can't even trust our own brothers and our own sisters because they're stealing from us. Yeah. And that's what has happened. Drugs has destroyed the essence of, not just our core family, not just mother, father, brother, sister, but what are we known for? We're known for big families. We're known for staying at grandma's house and our first cousins are just like our brothers and our sisters, and that's not the case anymore because drugs.
When I was listening, it brings back memories when our time where we have to get a search warrant and warrant of arrest to do raid at the houses.
Yeah.
And with the DA worked together with the DA. At that time, we call our unit narcotic unit
Okay.
with the DA. There's another, the SCD, the street, what's called the SCD, Special Enforcement Division.
Okay.
That's a backup unit on our search and warrant arrest and search warrant of the building.
I'm listening.
And at that time, I'll just say his name, down at Tumwan where Santos was gunned down, and also two police reserve at Mighty.
Okay.
They come across a drug dealer, and both of them, Iglesias and the other one, a female, that were gunned down at Mighty. In Agat, there's a lot in Agat that we do a search warrant and a warrant of arrest.
Mm-hmm.
On our time, what we do is we create an informant, and this drug dealer, he's driving a van, and he goes from Talfopo in Iran and then down to Malaysia and then to Umarak. And I had an informant, and our trick was for him to get his handkerchief and throw it down the ground because they're playing basketball at night. So when the drug dealer shows up, he throws his handkerchief down. That means the drug dealer is already passing out drugs to the youngs.
Yeah.
So I followed that guy all the way down to Malaysia and down to Umarak. But I missed him in Umarak because he knows somebody, the information leaked, and somebody told him that I'm following him from Naran all the way down
Your
to
informant. Your informant told him.
No.
Somebody else?
Within the force.
Oh, worse. That's even worse.
Somebody was in the force that he knows me. I told him that I'm making a bus, an arrest.
Right.
And I'm waiting for my informant to give me a signal. The officer knows that, and then somehow the dealer got the information, so I missed him down at Umarak. Instead of stopping by at Umarak basketball court, he just drive all the way because he knows that I was following him.
Yep. He got tipped off.
Yeah. And at that time, Pauly, I'll tell you, there's a lot of officers involved on drugs. I don't want to mention names, but there's a lot of, because at that time we had a car fight over in Agat, Kamuning, Dedidu. It's legal. The car fighting was legal even at Iran.
Sure. But when there's...
And on Fiesta in Iran,
yeah,
car fighting, and then Fiesta in Marolu. There's a car fighting.
And when the,
car fighting is all over the island.
Yeah. And when there's money involved and a lot of money, well, where do you think some of that money came from?
That's from the drugs.
Yeah.
And that's why it's a lot of officers also involved because of
money,
the amount of money. And at that time, Pauly, there's a Red Barn, Mighty, and also prostitution going on. Over in Anigua, I think it was Team Island House. And up in the morning, Istagana,
Mm-hmm.
the Toby store.
The flower shop? No, that's
No,
Toves.
no, they call it the Joe Toby store.
Where in
Tavern.
Anigua? I remember.
Tavern.
So not that one.
No.
Where's Tourist store?
Right in Istagana, right by
Oh,
the...
East Agania.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember the Zane's I gotta ask my dad again. Maybe I'm not even supposed to share it. But there was like this it was a front. And they would sell goods there, but guess who was running this front? Never mind, I'll stop.
Yeah.
I'll stop because I don't want to get it all wrong anyway.
If you say the location, probably I'll remember it.
It was East Agania. East Agania. But I don't want to, so it's the same thing.
Tavern I remember is Toby's.
Right. So just like the federal agents, only it's best to only talk in generalization, because even some of these older cases, they can come back up, right? And so I don't want to get into too many details because some of there probably are still the same players or relatives of those players, and so we'll just leave it to the agents themselves, because I don't want to mess anything up for them either.
But that was nice because the only thing I remember is it's about time that all the unit, the agencies, the Guam Police, DEA, and the costume, and the K9 unit.
Oh yeah, when it comes the whole drug situation, it doesn't matter what community, they all got to be working together. They cannot be in silos. They have to share resources and support. And man, if we can just get more support from DEA and more support from the U.S. Postal Service, and more support from Homeland Security, because hey, this is the homeland, right? Senor,
look at all that time. Let's see, I retired from the Guam Police at the age of 48.
Yeah.
I was 48 years old.
That's still young.
I was young.
That's still young.
I was young at the time. Yeah. I was really young, and I'm very gun-ho. The reason why I say this, Pauly, because I had, my military experience also.
Yeah. I don't want to cut you off, Senor, but it is time for me to get out of here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah? Call me tomorrow. I don't really have much planned tomorrow. We'll see.
If they don't snow here on Guam, I'll call you.
Okay, Senor. Take care. Always, I'm so glad to hear from you in 2026. Appreciate you.
I'll call my brother that I call you and tell you the story.
There you go. All right, Senor. Talk to you soon. Adios. All right, time for Teo, John, and I to get out of here as well. Everybody get home safe. Be kind to each other, especially out on those roads. Patty should be back tomorrow, 6 to 10, rolling with dice Fridays. So you got Ed Jacuentos, 10 to 11. Ooh, and the Guam Guy. You definitely want to listen to that podcast with the Guam Guy from 11 to 12. All right here on the Talk of Guam. It's Wave 105. Be bat wet, miss. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
KGUM FM,